A very good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge for the reconvening of the MetroBank One-Day Cup. Blaze hosting Durham women this morning here, live from Trent Bridge. We've got a 10:30 start. I'm James Carr, and I'm delighted to say I've been joined by Charlie Harden. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, James. It's a pleasure to be back here at Trent Bridge. Very sunny morning. I think different people probably had different ideas of what the weather might hold. Different forecasting platforms telling different stories. Well, the story in the sky is plenty of sunshine so far, James. It's a good sight.
It's cleared this morning, certainly from the drive-in. It was gloomy and a bit cooler than we've been expecting. But thankfully, we're going to start on time. What's the story from the middle then, Charlie?
Well, Durham won the toss. They've elected to have a bowl. And, well, plenty of changes since the last time these two played 50-over cricket. The Blaze last result coming against Yorkshire, a win. 6 changes since that side. I'll run you through the full team. Marie Kelly, Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce, Sarah Bryce, Emma Jones, Orla Prendergast, Kirsty Gordon, Grace Ballinger, Lucy Hyam, Charlie Phillips, and George Rowis is in there at 4 as well. I missed her off. On the Durham side, 3 changes since the last game in this competition. That win against Surrey. Emma Marlowe, Mia Rogers, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers. And then we've also got the 2 changes of Catherine Fraser and Bess Heath coming in for Emily Windsor and Heather Graham. Also, Sophia Turner goes out of the side for Eleanor La Rosa, the Aussie left arm quick. Also got Abigail Glenn, Trudy Johnson, Katie Levick, and, if I didn't mention her already, Grace Thompson slots in there in the middle. A bit of a jiggledy-piggledy way of saying it, but that's the teams, James.
Yeah, as you say, a lot of changes, but we have to remind ourselves the last time we were on one-day duty in the domestic competitions, the World Cup was happening, the T20 World Cup. So from a Blaze point of view, that takes out 3 Scottish players straight away, as well as the England players. There was England Day activity during that period. So lots of changes, but for context, it was a long time ago. What feels like a long time ago, with the 100 happening, with the T20 World Cup being hosted in this country, since we played some 50-over cricket from a women's one-day point of view. The Durham group just coming together there on the boundary edge. Captain Armitage pulling her troops together. The Blaze batters on the boundary edge as well, just doing their final checks, checking their pads are right, their straps are right, their gloves are right. Tammy Beaumont and Marie Kelly are the opening batters for the Blaze, and Armitage has finished her little spiel and will jog out as the Durham women follow their leader. Umpires today, Steve O'Shaughnessy, he's going to stand at the Stuart Broad end, and Grace Banbury is going to stand at the end that we're looking from, which is from this fantastic media centre in the Radcliffe Road end. And the thing that has really struck me is, 1, since you arrived, Charlie, the sun's come out, so thank you for that. But 2, the wicket we're playing on, it's changed colour in an hour. You know, it was very dull, it looked damp, it had a bit of a sheen to it, but you can see that green is becoming a bit lighter, even just in the hour or so that we've been here. So I think it's really important for Durham that they get the most out of this new ball as possible, because 1, strong Blaze batting lineup that we've seen consistently over the last few years, and 2, we know it's a high scoring ground. The boundaries are short, square. We're very much to one side of the square as well, so we're very short on that leg side for this first over. So I think it's massively important that Durham make use of this, or these 2 new balls, and extract what they can before conditions dry up and things flatten off. Trudy Johnson's going to open the bowling from the Stuart Broad end, and Charlie, you can take us away with this first over.
Starting down the leg side is Johnson, and could push for a 2 here, the Blaze batters. They're just going to settle for the 1 off the bat of Marie Kelly, getting off the mark straight away early doors. Yeah, just building on what you said there, James, about this pitch, and almost to say, if it's changed colour that much almost in an hour. It almost slightly shocks you of what could then change more throughout the day, and it makes this decision to win the toss and bowl from Durham so important, because they could get the best. Well, you'd think they should get the best of the bowling conditions, because fast forward to early afternoon when the Blaze get the new ball, they might get a little bit less purchase from the pitch, a little bit less spice to use. Pushing forward, big appeal for LBW on Tammy Beaumont. Maybe a little bit of bat there, maybe a little bit of height.
Certainly lateral movement off the pitch there from Johnson, just cutting the ball back into the thigh pad of Tammy Beaumont. She's not the tallest person, but that did hit her quite high up on her thigh pad. Trudy Johnson, a product of the Durham pathway system, hailing from the northeast. Interestingly, keeper's called for the helmet straight away. She's going to stand up to the youngster Johnson.
And this is going fine. There's a fine leg out there, running in from the deep. Picks up with just the one hand, throws it in. Another single taken. Yeah, the last time these two teams played was that Blast final. The repeat. Durham against the Blaze. Blaze winning that game by 10 wickets and winning the T20 Blast with, well, considerable ease. Tammy Beaumont scoring a not out 50 alongside Sarah Bryce. Solid in defence. A terrific win for the Blaze, and they sit first in this competition, so they could go ahead and do the double, James.
Well, they've been incredibly consistent from a T20 point of view. I think they've only lost less than a handful of matches over a 4-year period, and they've won 2 T20 titles in that period as well, and are consistent at making finals. I think the 50 over comp will be their holy grail, to be honest. They've been top of the charts most years, making playoffs, but haven't quite got over the line, whether it be making the final when they were beaten by the Vipers, as they were then at Northampton, and then last year here topping the charts and then being done by Lancashire, who went on to win the trophy.
Oh, just being the outside edge. Trudy Johnson, terrific bowling to end the first over. Just the 2 runs from it, beating the batter Marie Carey to close it out. 2 for none after 1.
Yeah, general shape in, isn't it, from Trudy Johnson. She's a very tall, athletic person, bustles in, hits the crease hard, has just got the ball to jag into both right-handed batters in that first over. We're going to see Eleanor La Rosa for the first time in this competition. She's been plucked out of the Australian system as an overseas player for Durham for the back end of the season. Has got honours for Australia under 19 level. She's a left arm seamer. She's going to come over the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end. Beaumont just taking guard and doing a couple of stretches, a couple of twiddles of the bat. La Rosa's on the money. First ball in English domestic cricket. Just pushing the experienced Beaumont back into her crease. Beaumont playing her first game for Blaze now as a Blaze player, not an England player. What a career she had at international level and on the world stage. Got that final bow out at Lord's in the Test match a couple of weeks ago as the Rose is in past the umpire, and this one's turned into the leg side behind square. Just drifting ever so slightly there. So a single to Beaumont.
Fair to say she's got plenty more to give to the Blaze.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. We see a lot of cricketers in the men's and the women's game that go out at the top, and they're entitled to, don't get me wrong, but it's refreshing when you see, you know, players like Jenny Gum carried on playing on for a little while, Sarah Taylor, now we're seeing hopefully Tammy Beaumont play for a few more years. Alistair Cook did it, didn't he, after he finished with Essex? And, you know, Ben Stokes is doing the same now at Durham. That is so good for the teams that they're playing in and the talent around them, and for the development of the game. Marie Kelly on strike. Similar result. This one goes a bit finer though. They might consider coming back for 2 here. Katie Levick does the fielding. They do come back for 2. It's well run in the end by Marie Kelly. So La Rosa just struggling with the line a little bit. It's a big pocket down there, isn't it? Real big pocket down to fine leg. A lot of space for Katie Levick to cover. She should be used to that though, hailing from Yorkshire. A lot of green space up in the north. She'll feel at home today. On the money this time, and La Rosa fields off her own bowling.
Yeah, we saw her go through a bit of a warm-up just before play. Looked like she was getting on a decent area, picking up some good pace off the surface, you know, the kind of bowler that looks to hit the deck hard, but also see it go through with some decent pace towards the keeper. Exciting young talent, as you mentioned, just 20 years of age.
Driven on the up, straight down the throat of mid-off, and Kelly throws a head back. It was a long half volley. She just was a little bit early on it. And Marie Kelly has to depart. The Blaze are 5 for 1.
Well, I wonder if La Rosa just took a little bit of pace off that, maybe. Looked just to be a little bit loopier than the previous deliveries, and Marie Kelly hitting a pretty well-timed drive just in the air straight to mid-off, and a pretty simple catch in the end, well taken by Bess Heath. So we're going to see first new batter coming in, number 3, Catherine Bryce. After the spell with the Manchester Supergiants, she's now back out in the middle for the Blaze.
Yeah, I think it held in the surface a little bit. I think, you know, Kelly did need to wait on it a little bit longer. Head lifted up, and as a result, the ball was lifted in the air, straight down Bess Heath's throat, really. But I do think that we saw Johnson just get the ball to jag and quite sharp, but from this end it seems to just kiss and hold in the surface ever so slightly. So far, winning the toss and bowling is vindicated for the Durham women. Early wicket in this second over is exactly what they would have wanted. Price on strike, first ball for her. Forward defensive. Goes to a very straight mid-wicket. And that concludes the second over. Blaze, 5 for 1.
Well, good start for Durham then, as you mentioned, about winning the toss. So important you take that early wicket, and they have done so. So there'll be a bit more buoyancy in the step, a little bit more good body language out there perhaps to come. But they know the job's not only, or not even half done. They want at least another wicket in this opening power play. If they can get a couple more, they can have the Blaze 3 down. It'll be a brilliant head start going into the rest of this match. 5 for 1 then, going into the third over. Trudy Johnson going to be continuing right arm over. Keeper stood up. Good opening partnership this. A new one for Durham. Right arm and left arm. Huge stride from Tammy Beaumont. Struck quite high up the front pad. A little bit of an inducker maybe, James?
Yeah, absolutely. That one really went in the air. Obviously 2 new balls used here, so the balls won't age the same as if it's one ball, and then they'll decide which ball they're going to use from the 35th over. I'm making that up. Does that happen in this competition? Yeah. I know it happens in the men's game. Sometimes we get mixed up. Different conditions for different games.
Well, we can have a look, can't we, at at the end of each over, see if the ball gets tossed back to the umpire.
They certainly use 2. It's just whether they do what they now do in. I'm sure they do it in men's one-day internationals, where at the 35th over they go pick one, fellas, rather than using two 25 over balls throughout the innings.
Getting another huge stride from Beaumont, trying to run it down to deep third. And he finds a backward point. Yeah, it keeps that balance between bat and ball alive a little bit longer, doesn't it? That the 2 new balls in play.
It does. But what it's taken away, and I think that's why this 35 over pick one rule comes in, is it's taken away reverse swing that we saw a lot of in the 90s, exponents of that. You know, the Wasim Akrams, the Darren Goffs of one-day cricket. Of a
beautiful clip out in front of square. He'll take some stopping. Good diving stop. Add it in the deep, though. Brilliant slide. Just forward square leg, and Tammy Beaumont can get back for a second run. That's a really nice whip of the wrists on a ball that actually wasn't too far down the leg side. Manufactured that well, did Beaumont.
Yeah, good work from Emma Marlowe as well, because she's just behind square. She had to get about 15 yards in front of square there. It's very short on that side.
Working this one finer. Straight to the fielder in the deep. I believe that's Katie Levick down there at fine leg. Although you're welcome to correct me, James. I saw a brief glimpse of the number.
Well, I thought she was down at that end, so she's doing some miles if it is if it is Katie Levick. It is though, yeah, 23 on her back.
One thing I would say, well, I'm not going to say it anymore because the slip's just been removed. So we'll skip over that. Keeper now standing back, and it's actually gone to a wide gully as the first slip. That's Abby Glenn in there. Interesting move with Catherine Bryce on strike. Struck on the pad, very straight, probably just down the leg side. Bryce looking to force it away through mid-wicket. So that ends the third over, and it's 8 for 1 after 3.
It is indeed, and yeah, that slip came out into gully, didn't it? I think that's probably because, one, the ball is ducking in from Johnson, and perhaps isn't going to go to a very fine first slip. And also we've seen the odd ball holding the surface, and if anything it may just go behind square off the face of the bat and backward point, and gully may be in the game from a catching point of view. We shall see. They've stuck with a slip, perhaps because of the left arm angle for La Rosa. Abby Glenn is doing the honours at first slip there. Mia Rogers, the wicket keeper, she's staying back. As La Rosa's in, left arm over the wicket, turn into leg side again from Tammy Beaumont. Vacant square leg. So it'll be another single to the Blaze total.
I'm just slightly conscious it works better from this angle with left arm over pushing across the right-hander, but the keeper and first slip are covering a fair amount of room, and I wonder if first slip might just take a couple of steps wider. It just feels like that gap is quite wide. It's wider from the other end though.
More than a polite inquiry there from La Rosa, looking to get her first wicket on English soil, but quickly turned down by umpire Bambury. Looked to hit Bryce in the midriff. Bit of lift though, isn't it? It's a little bit tennis ball. Yeah, ground staff are listening. We're not slagging it off, you know. But
if they are listening, it's a perfect pitch.
Oh, it's a belter. But you get this early on. It's a little bit tacky, a bit of moisture around. We'll judge the wicket after 100 overs of cricket. The wicket's allowed to be a bit tacky. It's allowed to seam around. It's allowed to hold in the surface. At some point, it will flatten off, and it will be good for batting. At times, it may spin. It may seam. That's cricket, isn't it?
And the funny thing about cricket pitches is, however it plays, if it's a tight game, you just got to say it's a good pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rosa's in. Pulled away this time, quite comfortably from Bryce, which shows you can't really miss your length on here. That wasn't particularly sure, it was just back of a length, and Bryce seems to have all the time in the world there to outstretch her arms and just work it into the leg side with a vertical bat.
Yeah, and they've got even less room for error from the other end, don't they? If that's going out towards the short boundary on this side.
Beaumont back on strike, driven straight down the ground. Absolutely gorgeous shot. So La Rosa misses her length on the short side, corrects on the full side, and a beautiful full face of that Gray Nichols bat of Tammy Beaumont. Gun barrel straight. And that's the first boundary of the day.
Beautiful shot from Tammy Beaumont. How often have we seen that here at Trent Bridge? Getting it straight back past the umpire. She looks like she's in a mood.
Turning his leg side again, great single, smart cricket there. Mid wicket's very straight, square leg is back on the boundary, so there is a nice gap there. And La Rosa has struggled slightly with the line and just been punished into the leg side easily for singles, and then punished even more so straight down the ground for that 4. So that concludes the 4th over. Durham have picked up that early wicket of Marie Kelly. And Blazer 15 for 1.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, of course, of Marie Kelly. Just short of 400 runs for the competition. Falling out for 3 means that her tournament tally is 399 runs, which includes her 4 half-centuries of the season so far, one of which coming in the Blazers' last 50-over match. Johnson continuing with a wide down the leg side, and this is picking up pace down towards the boundary, but it's a relatively simple stop from Levick. Very fine. Couple of runs added on to that wide, so now 18 for 1.
She's been 2 straight so far, Johnson. She's getting good prodigious swing through the air and a little bit of assistance into the batters off the pitch as well, but she needs to start that ball much wider and be encouraging the batters to play through the offside.
Well, that is straighter, and it's beating the inside edge. A couple of noises it goes through to thump the pad. And this is the point I was going to raise earlier. I understand that the first slip is relatively wide because of that in-swinging angle, but the number of times I see when a keeper stands up, that first slip just standing ever so slightly too wide, and I get scared that we might see a fine edge just go sailing through the gap. But you never know, maybe it's an inspired decision. Flowing drive attempted is mistimed up to mid-on, no run.
She's adjusted her line there, hasn't she, after that leg side wide delivery, last 2 deliveries. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the slip still being regulation first slip, albeit the wicketkeeper is stood up. I completely agree. I'd still prefer a gully, personally, but Abby Glenn looks too wide, really. Her left foot should be lined up with that wide crease for me.
Cut away through point, beats the gap, and look at this outfield race away, although it is slightly holding up now. And it's a diving stop, which means it's going to be thrown back in, and it will be a 3rd run to Tammy Beaumont. Catherine Fraser with the throw. 21 for 1 now. Yeah,
good chase from La Rosa. Fraser working in partnership with her there, so La Rosa being kept very busy when she's not bowling as well. Blaze will be happy with that. Clearly different plans for different batters, because we've now got a gully instead of a first slip.
It's good to see. And this one just strikes the pad, again drifting down towards the leg side and picked up by Levick at fine leg. And Johnson again just battling to keep that line accurate. Can be a challenge when the ball is swinging quite so much as she's getting it to do, to keep it on that straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, you just want some control, though. Even if wickets don't fall here, but La Rosa gets them at the other end. If we get control from Johnson, that's what Holly Armitage will be thinking as the captain.
Again, drifting down leg, picked up another single, keeps that scoreboard ticking. Tammy Beaumont gets through to a single, which will be given as leg bye. Yeah, I see what you mean about the control so often in these 50-over games, especially when you've won the toss, you've bowled, you've got an early wicket. It's about building up that pressure, keeping that squeeze on so that they don't leave the 10 overs with too many runs they've been able to pick up around the edges.
Well, this is the last ball of the fifth with 23 for one. It doesn't feel like the Blades are going at almost 5 and over.
There's another single from Bryce. A little bit too easy at the moment for the Blaze, despite losing that early wicket. That ends another over. 24 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, so just a smidge under 5 and over, but it doesn't feel like they've been going at 5 and over. 1 boundary scored, wickets fallen, but you add up those singles and the extras, and ultimately you've hemorrhaged 24 runs where you've not particularly bowled terribly, but you haven't bowled as well as you possibly could. So Blaze would be happy just to absorb a bit of pressure after that early wicket. Marie Kelly is a esteemed professional that's got plenty of runs in the domestic circuit over the last 5 or 6 years. But it's Catherine Bryce and Tammy Beaumont at the crease now. Beaumont on to 14 from her 16 deliveries. Bryce 2 from her 7. It's her who's on strike. And LaRosa will continue from the Radcliffe Road end. She's gliding in now past the umpire, down the leg side, onto the pads of Catherine Bryce. She can't get any bat on that one. And it's no run. So LaRosa's struggling with her line a little bit as well.
Yeah, I do like this field though to LaRosa. I do like that there isn't that second easy single option. There's a single down towards fine leg if Catherine Bryce wants one, but everyone else in the ring, extra cover slightly closer.
Driven up the ground again. It's going to split mid-off and mid-on. Will it get to the boundary? The chase is on. It's 4 more. Efforts in vain there. Trudy Johnson diving in vain, and then who was chasing that down there? Grace Thompson. Good effort from her, but full face of Catherine Bryce. So her first boundary of the day. Perhaps shows that this pitch is getting easier to bat on as we speak. 2 lovely straight drives. Square drive this time. Induce a bit of a false shot, but width was on offer, and Bryce is entitled to play at that, and she picks up 4 more.
Well, if the last 2 balls don't tell you the story, I think it's going to be a pretty tough 50 overs for Durham to contain, and we might see at points throughout this innings where the Blaze just get away from Durham a little bit, and well, Eleanor LaRosa will be looking desperately to try and maintain any kind of pressure, maybe bring it back in this over. You don't like that fielding change, do you, James?
Well, I'm just surprised by it. So first slip's come into a straight mid-wicket. The other straight mid-wicket's been moved around to a regulation mid-wicket, and deep square leg has gone out to deep square leg. I'm not quite sure.
I don't like an empty deep third region. I'm not a fan.
Well, just a lot of work for backward point to do now. Although if she keeps it there,
yeah, it's good ball into the field.
I mean, there is an argument to say there's a little bit of a carrot to Catherine Bryce of if you go too square there trying to find the gap and you miss, then we hit. But it just means now that LaRosa's got to be very straight. She can't offer any width across the batter. And that's down the leg side for another sundry. They're trying things, aren't they? They're thinking about this. They've clearly got plans to each batter, and Holly Armitage is an experienced campaigner and an experienced captain for Yorkshire, for the Northern Diamonds, for the Northern Superchargers, and now for Durham.
It is quite a common mode of dismissal, isn't it? Batters trying to run straight balls down towards third, or trying to slash a ball that is too straight through point. It does feel like Plan B's been resorted to quite early by Durham. It's not a bad thing. It's good to keep the things changing and keep the batters thinking.
Yeah, I'm just not sure they need the deep square leg. The deep square leg could be reinforcement on the offside, because any margin fair on the offside now, and it's 4. I mean, this is going to be a chase on now. Don't know if there's any bat on that one. It's going to be at least 2. Levick doing the fielding again. She's everywhere. Third man and fine leg to third man and fine leg. That's rough. Was there a signal from the umpire there? I don't think there was. So was that off the glove? Was that signal wides? I don't think it was. We'll know on the scorecard on the stream. That would be the best place to look, wouldn't it? This big 55-inch TV we've got in the comms box.
It's probably the viewers that know rather than us.
Yeah. Little conflab between Banbury and O'Shaughnessy. Not sure what that was about. Oh, she's cancelled the call. So maybe it was given a wide, and now she's cancelled the call, and now it's over.
So you're ahead of the game.
I'm something. Fair play, fair play. I think we got to the right decision in the end, didn't we?
It just bringing us back to the fielding changes in that over. It did feel like there was a great shot down the ground. Brilliant shot from Catherine Bryce. Straight down the past the bowler. Fine, good shot. Next one was a bit of a loose, streaky drive outside off through backward point, and then suddenly everything changed. And it felt like there wasn't a huge amount wrong with that field at the time. It's just a couple of boundaries got away. But we'll see how the plan unfolds from that end. So back to this Trudy Johnson field. Scoreboard going through some changes in the ground. Full toss is whipped away down towards Katie Levick at deep fine. Will just be an extra single. Tammy Beaumont ticking along quite nicely. .35, 36 now for 1. Little thump on the pad. No shout of LBW from Trudy Johnson, and this field looks good. I like the gully in, as you mentioned, to Catherine Bryce. Extra cover quite close in, preventing any single in the offside. Fine leg is 10 yards off the boundary, and deep square is perfectly square of the wicket, but right on the rope. As the fielder at mid-wicket is found for a dot ball. This feels like a good line, this from Trudy Johnson, and doesn't have much room to work with, because anything too wide outside the off stump, well, the batters are just going to throw the bat at it with the keeper stood up and a few little gaps spotted around in the offside. No deep fielder. Anything too straight, which we've seen quite a lot of, will be helped on its way for an easy single. Being outside the off stump, that's a brilliant delivery.
That's where she wants to be. I think she's got to start by aiming for Mia Rogers' right boot and see how much it shapes in from that line. Try and get right-handed batters reaching out and playing through the offside, and then if it does swing back in, you start to expose gaps between bats and pads, and you can bring LBW into play.
As Bryce can't quite get a hold of that one. Down leg.
If you start too straight, it's just too easy to work into the leg side, and the likelihood of the ball going on to hit the stumps or bring LBW into play is massively reduced. And ultimately there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the offside, so she really does need to miss offside if she's going to miss.
And again, another run found towards fine leg. Keeper this time doing the fielding. Mia Rogers scuttling off to backward square leg to do the fielding work there. As another over ends. And not a bad one, that, for Durham. Just a couple of runs from it. 37 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, Blaze doing a good rebuilding job after losing that early wicket. Partnership worth 32. Marie Kelly, the only batter to fall. She was caught Heath, bowled La Rosa for 3. We're going to have our first change. Looks like Maddie Villiers.
Correct.
So another experienced campaigner. England honours, franchise experience. She's going to bowl some off spin. Right arm over the wicket. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket stationed as this one's dropped short and pulled out to another off spinner in Catherine Fraser at deep square leg. I mean, spin had to come on at this end, didn't it, with the short boundary to the leg side from a Stuart Broad end. Just means La Rosa's perhaps going to have to bowl her overs in 3 spells today. The Villiers in and swept this time. Well waited on from Tammy Beaumont. Great piece of fielding by Catherine Fraser. She sprints round from deep square leg to more a long leg position. She certainly saved her team 1 run there as Catherine Bryce sprints back for the 3rd to bring herself on strike. Turn into leg side this time. That's where the Villiers wants to be. Turns leg side again, and Levick's anticipation there cuts that off at that short fine leg position. We've got a backward point, a cover, an extra cover and a mid off on the offside as De Villiers in again, and this one is reverse swept. She doesn't quite get low enough there, Catherine Bryce, to make contact, but it's no run and not out nevertheless. Villiers getting through her over pretty quickly here. This one's turning to leg side, it'll be a quick single, but Tammy Beaumont is sharp and she's through. That's the end of the over. So Blaze 42 for 1 after 8. Partnership of 37 now from 37 balls. So run a ball.
I thought that was a brilliant over from Maddie Villiers. And what I liked so much about it is that tight ring field on the offside to the short boundary. And quite a big gap at 3rd. No one in that region, and a couple of deep fielders protecting on the leg side, and it was well bowled by Maddie Villiers in the first few balls that we saw that forced reverse sweep to try and make the batters think a little bit differently, and that's just what you want to see when you're trying to put a bit of a squeeze on, take a wicket, is try and make the batters think, and then they went for that quick single at the end of the over. Good thinking from Durham. As Trudy Johnson continues and finding her mark straight away.
Much better from Johnson. Great that she's been backed here by a skipper. I'm sure her pitch maps of beehives won't be exactly what she would have wanted, but at the same time she's only gone for 13 runs from her 4 overs.
Driven straight to cover. Another good diving stop there in the covers.
And that's my point about if she misses full there, you've still got to put that away against a ball that is ducking into you, versus that being 2 straight. It's an easy 1, potentially 4, depending on how well you hit it.
comfortably worked out towards deep square for a single. Do you think of the two deep fielders they've got out, being deep square and fine leg, they're both sort of there for the slightly looser delivery down the leg side, you'd feel. Do you think that's correct? Would you move one of them?
No, because the ball's swinging into that short boundary regardless, and you've only got 2 to play with in this power play, so I think balance of probability, that's where the ball will go, and rather be 1 than 4.
One taken behind the stumps from Rogers.
I think you have to roll the dice a little bit that if you get, well, one, if you get cut through the offside, it's a really poor ball, and if you get driven through the offside, you've got enough fielders on the drives to perhaps get in the way of it, and equally it's a good shot if sometimes that's what happens.
Pushing attempt turned into a lead by Tammy Beaumont, and that gully field has just been taken out into the short mid-wicket. So we've got 2 relatively close-in fielders to Durham on the leg side. No one in the third region from backward point. You can see maybe what Tammy Beaumont was thinking, and actually Trudy Johnson and Durham can maybe force this error, try and get the Blaze batters to play to third man. So it's mistimed again, maybe a little bit of frustration from Tammy Beaumont perhaps. Good over again from Johnson.
Well, now the plan's really clear, isn't it? We are going to bowl straighter, and if you do push out in front or you play a loose shot, we've got 2 catching mid-wickets.
Struck on the pad. It's good signs here from Durham. Back-to-back overs from Trudy Johnson that go for 2. And it does mean that as the score now sits at 44 for 1 after 9, just 9 runs coming from the last 3 overs. Good change up from Durham and looking pretty strong, but Durham also standing firm.
Yeah, absolutely. Kudos to Armitage for backing the young seamer here, because she didn't start particularly well, but she's clawed it back, and is bowling to much tighter lines to her plans now that reflect the fields that are set. Villiers will continue. 22 on her back. She's in now, gives it a tweak. Reverse sweep, well timed from Catherine Bryce. We've seen that many times, haven't we? Has she got enough on it? The answer is no. Well fielded by La Rosa. It just gets that scoreboard ticking again, doesn't it? Gets Villiers thinking about her lines and lengths, this game of cat and mouse, these middle overs that we're approaching in one-day cricket. And as a result, backward point has gone even finer. Pulled into the leg side this time. It splits both fielders. There's a bit of work to do here as they converge. For a second I thought they were both going to leave it and it'd go for 4, but in the end Catherine Fraser was alert and fires the ball back in. The batters come back for 2. So 4 from the over. Pushes against that one, play and miss. That's exactly where Maddie Villiers wants to be. Getting batters pushing out in front of their pad. Villiers once again swept fine. It's going to beat Katie Levick. The chase is on. It's a big, big pocket up to that members' pavilion. It'll hold up. It'll just be 2. Good chase there from Levick. The question is here. Levick. We've got spin of Levick, haven't we? And the spin of Fraser. Somebody is going to have to bowl to that short side. Got Grace Thompson in the team as well. She bowls. Abby Glenn bowls. Turn into leg side. Be another single to Catherine Bryce. But Glenn and Thompson are seamers. So stacked with some bowling. Oh, the Durham women. Leading edge there from Tammy Beaumont, who went deep in a crease and almost checked that shot and got enough bat on it. So that ends the 10th. We're out the power play. Blaze a 51 for 1. What do you make of that first set?
Interesting. We're almost in a quite early middle overs period. It started from the 7th over with Maddie Villiers coming on. No, very interesting start. Both sides can take positives from it. Durham taking that early wicket of Marie Kelly in just the second over for 3. 5 for 1 they were at the time, and there was a little period where it felt the Blaze drifted into a better position than perhaps they should have been. But then Durham actually getting a hold of the game again, building up that pressure, which if they could have done a little bit earlier, could have been quite a mix of excellent bowling and good fielding, which could have brought more wickets. But we're going to see Trudy Johnson continue. Right arm over. Leading edge. Could this be caught? Fielders coming together. It's been put down. Gully fielder running a bit closer, and I think that might be La Rosa who's ended up putting it down at backward point, and well, that feels a huge chance missed.
Well, a penny for Armitage or Coach Hazel's thoughts there. They are absolute killers. To get the Blaze 2 down in 11 overs would be huge.
And an easy single to follow it up. I don't think they got through to a single there, did they? No. So Catherine Bryce dropped on 22. How costly could that be?
The ball just held in the surface. Bryce went to go a little bit too square. The ball popped straight up, and those two fielders, no communication, got in each other's way.
Nice drive up to mid-off from Tammy Beaumont, brings no run, and I think that's why that gully fielder is there for Catherine Bryce. As you mentioned, this pitch just slightly holding up slightly, and it's for when Catherine Bryce whips the wrist, maybe slightly falls over to the offside or something, which causes to bring that gully into play. That time, a little bit more pace off from the pitch and a top edge straight up in the air. Chance gone for Durham. Whereas Beaumont from the other end looks to continue to keep her score ticking over. Just dried up ever so slightly in the last few overs, but mainly thanks to good bowling from Durham, you'd say.
You know, Johnson's body language is just completely different. You know, her head's up, chest's out. She's running through the crease after she's delivered the ball now. She looked a little bit timid early doors. Different prospect now, though.
Reverse sweep, ramp attempted. It's almost come off the back of the bat and run down to fine leg, where Katie Levick's got to drag herself up from fine leg. Oh, she's been doing plenty of work down there so far today. Come off the bat. It's been given by umpire O'Shaughnessy. But another sign of Tammy Beaumont potentially trying to force the ball into a new area, which you've got to say is a result of good bowling from Durham. And this time Bryce finds the fielder at extra cover. So another top quality over from Trudy Johnson, and another over that goes for just 2 runs. 53 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, just looking at the replay there of the leading edge. So it was Glenn that reached across La Rosa. You could say both of them dropped it, but the first contact came from Abby Glenn. Have another change now. We're going to see Katie Levick. She's going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, so Armitage happy to change it up. Will she bowl out Trudy Johnson? and just rotate at this end for the first 20 overs. Levick, a serious campaigner, most wickets in the history of women's county cricket. Been ever present since the domestic game turned professional in 2020. Not a prodigious turner of the ball. We'll learn a little bit more about this wicket during this over and what purchase the spinners will get out the wicket, because obviously leg spin, wrist spin tends to extract a bit more out the surface. As she hits Beaumont on the pad first ball, and it's given. It looked pretty adjacent. Beaumont opting for the sweep first ball. And Levick says, if you miss, I hit. 53 for 2 the Blaze. Beaumont, LBW to Levick for 19. And the chopping and changing of the bowlers from the Radcliffe Road end pays dividend for Captain Armitage and the Durham women.
Well, it did look straight, didn't it? And to pull out that shot first up is bold from Tammy Beaumont. We've seen her pull it off plenty of times before, so you can't doubt the thinking behind the shot. But Katie Levick, won't you be happy with that one? First ball of the spell, and all of a sudden you batter out at the crease for her to bowl out. Here's Georgia Elwes. It's just whether it may be spun and bounced ever slightly too much. It's always quite challenging to see those sweep LBW decisions on the front pad given because of how far from impact towards the stumps the ball has to go. What do you think?
Well, I've got the stream delayed on my laptop, just looking at the replay, out of sync with the pictures that the viewers would be seeing. It hit a below the knee roll, and Tammy's not a tall person. I think that would have just skidded on with the arm and crashed into middle and leg. We can't afford Hawk, I'm afraid, so that's the best we can give you. So, Georgia Elwes, one of the best batters in the competition, one of the great accumulators in one-day cricket, against the leading wicket taker in the history of the women's county game. This is a bit of a duel, isn't it?
Certainly is, James.
Play a miss. Bit of width on offer there from Levick, and the new batter always just feeling at that one and be happy to not make contact in the end. Slip instilled there now. Rocks back this time, square back foot drive. Emma Marlowe do the fielding at that deep cover point region. And Elwes is off the mark. People get bored of me saying it, but George Elwes is an incredible accumulator of runs. She's low risk, plays with a full face, and she just gets to 20 without a blink of an eye. But they're going to need that today, aren't they, from this position? A long way to go, of course, but you need batters to take responsibility for the team and build innings. Leg side wide from Levick there. She re-bowls, pushes Bryce back in the crease.
It's almost the kind of batter we don't see a lot of much more. Not in terms of Elwes herself, but in terms of the style of batter she is in 50 over cricket.
On the money again, Levick. Dotting Catherine Bryce up. So, 1 over for Levick, 1 wicket, 2 runs conceded, plays 55 for 2 from 12.
Well, we're catching a glimpse of the updated pavilion. I must say it's come a long way since I last saw it. Just to the left of the Batman scoreboard with the pointy ears. Looks like it's taking its shape.
Yeah, on Elwes, she's second leading run scorer. She played in 11 games, 340 runs, an average of 37.77. Has been a consistent performer through this professional era with the Southern Vipers, and she made the move to the Blaze. And there's very much a place for it in the game, isn't there? The fielders go back, 4 out on the boundary edge, loads of gaps, just accumulate singles.
There's not enough of it, is what I'd say. It's a pleasure to watch a batter come in at number 4 in 50 over cricket and bat the way she does. Trudy Johnson is continuing for a 7th. Very interesting, because her first 6, despite linking a couple down the leg side first up. I mean, look at those figures. 0 for 16 from 6, and well, it's just got better and better since the start of her spell. And whether we'll see her bowl maybe even a couple more, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it'll all boil down to whether they think she can bowl at the death, or whether they feel they should, burn her overs now and get out a cheap spell of 10 overs.
It is an interesting debate in terms of are they wasted overs if it's still going for low runs but the batters are just shutting up shop? Is that a waste? As a drive finds a gap between extra cover and cover, and the ball is going to win that race and hop over the rope for a boundary, moving on to 59 for 2, the Blaze.
Yeah, I don't think it is a waste, because if runs aren't going up and overs are going up, you're in a better place, aren't you? And if they don't feel that Johnson's skill set is developed enough to bowl at the death yet, then why would you bowl her at the death?
That does feel the main question, because it's overs like this are almost, you'd argue, more effective at the death, but it's not a copy and paste, is it? It's a very different style of bowling at the death.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm not saying she can't bowl at the death. I mean, it's the first time I've seen her bowl live this year. And what I've seen is someone really grow into this spell and get the most out of the ball and out of the pitch.
Glorious timing. Georgia Elwes finds 2 drives through the covers for 4. That one a little bit squarer. And a little bit more use of timing. Just a check drive, square of the wicket. Another beautiful shot that moves Elwes on to 9.
Yeah, that was a tired delivery, wasn't it? It was just searching, a bit floaty, a bit too full. And that is the other danger of bowling a bowler too long. So we're talking as if she's close to 10 over. She's still got another 3 to bowl yet. And perhaps the decision is now made for Captain Armitage in terms of Johnson bowling any more overs.
So that ends the over 63 for 2. Just look at even the timing on that last shot from Elwes. Quite incredible, and showing that we might just be seeing the best part of this pitch today. Drives coming onto the bat with good pace, and Elwes really being able to tuck into them with good timing. 63 for 2 after 13.
Yeah, I think so. One thing I do think the 10:30 start does is it annuls the power play a little bit, in the sense of only 2 fielders out. It's power plays can be perceived as go and have a go. You send your big stroke makers in the power play, and you're aiming to get lots of boundaries and get off to a flyer. But I think that the earlier start, the little bit of juice that might be around from overnight, annuls that power play ever so slightly. Levick to continue. Sticks a hand out to field off her own, but it's Grace Thompson at mid-on that cuts it off in the end. No run. Whereas would an 11 o'clock start just slightly change that? I don't know whether half an hour makes a difference or not. But back cut from Catherine Bryce, and that is threaded perfectly for 4 runs. Just missing the length there, Levick, and offering a bit of width. And the quality of Bryce does not miss out on those deliveries.
Yeah, it's her first run since the drop catch. Catherine Bryce, really smart piece of work, and it's those kind of shots that can cause real damage to a spin bowler.
Levick once again, and beats everything there on the way through to Mia Rogers. Back cut again. Straight to Emma Marlowe in the deep. Elvis back on strike. Worked off the back foot, but straight to the backward point. LaRosa doing the field in there. I don't know if that's a specialist position, but being a left hand, if it goes to a backward point with the left hand, it's always a hard one to judge, isn't it? From a batting point of view. Long off, gone out. Always happy to just prod that one into the offside for no run. So 5 from that over. Plays 68 for 2. Slowly building.
Do you think it's a worrying sign that, well, it's only Katie Levick's second over, and Maddie Villiers, I think, only had 2 overs as well. I can check that. But it has felt, other than Levick's first over, that spinners have been quite easy so far just to find 5-6 runs an over. I don't think it's a massive issue so far for Durham, as the bowling change has been forced. Trudy Johnson coming to the end of a brilliant spell, just leaking a couple of boundaries in a last, and we're going to see the opening bowler have a switch of ends, and well, this could be a sign of a pattern of things to come, James, of pace from one end and spin from the other with a short leg side boundary.
Yeah. It begs the question, which bowlers are fit to bowl? Like I said, Abby Glenn bowls some left arm mediums. Grace Thompson with that real tall release point bowls right arm seam as well. We haven't seen either of them yet. Catherine Fraser more off spin.
Good take from Rogers behind the stumps. Just inside the wide line, it seems. Catherine Bryce, I don't think quite agrees. But she sits happy on 27. She'll have to let that one pass by.
One thing I have noticed is it's busy, that Durham shirt, isn't it? Very busy. A lot going on.
Pull shot could be in the gap. Levick's got a little bit of work to do, but she gets there safely. Transfers to the right hand and throws in. Aren't all the great shirts busy? There's been some classical, simple shirts, haven't there, over the years? I do like a busy cricket shirt.
Yeah, I'm not sure I do. Looking at the TV screen, then it hurt my eyes a little bit.
Well, there's busy and there's blinding, isn't there? So,
yeah.
Interesting. Left arm over. Short, and Elwes tucking into this one off the hips and finding just a single out to the deep fielder.
I went to watch my football team last night, actually, in the Football League trophy.
Who's your football team, James?
Wigan Athletic for my sins, and we've had some terrible shirts over the away shirts. You can't get blue and white wrong as a home shirt, really. True. But we've had some terrible, leery, luminous yellows and orange away shirts.
The problem with blue and white home shirt, it doesn't give you much to work with on the away side.
No. In recent years, we've gone real dark navy blue or black, and they're quite nice. But you're right. How would you use? You can't use blue in your away. You can't use white in your away. And they're good accent colours with other colours. But anyway, there's 2 months of the cricket season left. Let's chat about football for now. They encroach enough as it is, don't they?
Short arm jab out towards mid wicket. Catherine Bryce again, another batter who got off to a quick start, just stalling.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Durham have applied the brakes, and
agreed.
Bryce in the main, apart from that, that one chance she offered, has been equal to the pressure.
Crunching drive, well placed deep cover fielder. You'd argue as a result of a couple of boundaries that found that way in the last over of Johnson's spell. But that ends the first over from LaRosa's second spell. And it's 71 for 2 after 15.
Levick's going to continue. She's bowled 2 so far for 7 runs. 9 dots out of 12 deliveries. She'll be happy with that. What have we got here? Backward, a very backward point, a deep point, cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside, as this one's turned into the leg side. Deep square leg will have to come off the boundary rope to retrieve, and it's just a single. Mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and short fine leg are the other fielders on the leg side. Slip has come into play for Elwes. Turns leg side off the back foot, they'll get through. Good sharp single taken there. Blaze are taking every run and offer. Clouds just covering the sun at the moment. It's got a little bit cooler, hasn't it? Good drive for no run there from Bryce. She throws her head back. Perhaps wanted 4 for that one.
It's accumulation time, isn't it, now for the Blaze?
Good control from Levick. Check drive from Bryce. It's frustration mode for Durham, and it's accumulation mode for the Blaze. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who's going to drop the ball short for a 4? Who's going to... Oh, misfield. It's going to be cut off by Marlowe, though. It'll just be a single in the end. Who's going to lose concentration when there's that pressure of dot balls or series of overs without boundaries? Slip back in for Elwes. Attempted sweep. They're going to come through for a single. Direct hit would have been interesting, but great running. Good partnership, good communication, a bit of telepathy perhaps. These two would have batted a lot together over the years. So, we're through 16 overs now. Blaze are 75 for 2. I think it's time we start talking about par scores, Charlie.
Oh, really?
I think it is.
16 overs in, what's that?
Yeah.
Almost a third of the way through.
We've seen enough of the pitch, haven't we?
Okay,
We've seen 4 bowlers. We've seen, enough. We've seen enough batting of the Blaze over the years. What's par today?
Give me a ball to get back to you, James. Elwes goes for a wide ball. Can't get hold of it, though. Well, a lot depends on the next couple of wickets, doesn't it? And, well, if you look towards halfway, you imagine they keep going at the same rate. Maybe they'll get to 125-ish at the halfway point, maybe a little bit more, maybe 130. Then you maybe double it and add a little bit on. Feels like 275 would be a good score, be a very good score. Whether 250 is then below par, I'd hover around the 260 mark, maybe a little bit more, maybe 270, just because this place can score runs quick. 250 feels to me a little bit below. There's a fine outside half of the bat, well guided shot from Elwes, finds a single down towards deep third.
I think after a period of no 50 over cricket, first versus third clash, a lot riding on it in terms of Durham trying to stay in that top 3 and in a playoff spot. I'm building up to after this delivery.
You're stalling.
I would be happy with 250.
Okay.
I'd be happy. I think that's more than defendable. I agree. You start... I think 260 is plus 10, 275, plus 25 on the par. I'd be really happy with a 250.
This could be a couple of runs just off the pad of Catherine Bryce. Will just be a 2 as Johnson picks up. O'Shaughnessy motions leg buys. You see, there's one game that sticks in my memory so far this year, and again, it was just adding on to your point. It was at a time where lots of 50-over cricket was being played, so two teams and building up a bit of form of 50-over cricket. Warwickshire posting 302 for 5 here after a brilliant 100 from Pavley. This flick from Bryce again finds Levick down at fine leg, but it was chased by the Blaze, mainly thanks to half centuries from Marie Kelly and Orla Prendergast. Georgia Ellis contributing with 31 of her own on that day, and they chased down 303 to win against Warwickshire. And that's sort of a big image I've taken away from this ground this year, which makes me think that the pitch will get better. And whether we'll see this outfield gain pace, or maybe we might see a bit of a rain delay, who knows? But it does feel like Durham's choice to win the toss and bowl feels that they will be backing themselves to chase.
Well, I would caveat what I said with, if you find yourself 200 for 2 at 35 overs, you should get 300 from there. I think par is around the 250 mark. The two batters that are out haven't been gotten out. One was a half volley that was hit in the air. The other was the first ball of a spell that was swept and missed ultimately. Change of bowling. Catherine Fraser is on, so another spinner and a misfield first ball, square driven from Catherine Bryce and Emma Marlowe. Misfield, and it goes for 4 runs. So Scott versus Scott here, and the early jousting in this duel goes to Catherine Bryce. This one turned uppishly into the leg side for a moment, but it's no run.
Does feel it'd be worth keeping the catchers in front of square for as long as possible.
Pulled away, miss hit, no run. Levick alert there at short fine. So yeah, if Blaze can absorb pressure, accumulate, look at the batters to come. I'll talk you through them in a second as Fraser's in. Misses a length again, pulled comfortably this time. It's going to split the two fielders, run along those practice wickets, and it's 4 more to Catherine Bryce. The battle of the Catherines, the battle of the Scots, 2 boundaries to Bryce in this over. Yeah, it's obviously all the Prendergast, the international experience to come. Sarah Bryce, Emma Jones, she's a serious hitter of a cricket ball, really dynamic cricketer. Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Hyam, also really good lower order batters. Driven and threaded through extra cover for 4 more. Shot of the day there against the spin. Weighted on it perfectly along the carpet. Is there anything better than a cover drive like that?
Well, I don't mind an on drive. But no, very good shot.
And we've seen 2 gorgeous straight drives as well, haven't we? But I think for me that was shot of the day.
Okay. I'll keep mine in reserve for later. Good shot there.
Fraser to finish her over, driven through cover again. They've just adjusted the angle of the boundary rider. So, punches thrown in that over. Blaze 92 for 2. 18 overs gone. Bryce on to 45, sorry. How's that happened? Just quietly accumulating, and then a couple of boundaries and the clock gets ticking again. Elwes 13 from 17. The scoreboard's ticking without even noticing.
Here it is, 13 runs from that over from Catherine Fraser. It's a worrying sign, isn't it, when Durham spinners start to leak a couple of runs, and well, they're going to have such a crucial role if they're to take wickets in the middle phase. Spin can contribute to dot building. It's a good delivery from LaRosa. Bowling to Catherine Bryce, of course. LaRosa involved in that drop catch at backward point to Bryce when she was on, well, less than half her score now. She was on 22 when that moment happened. Now sits on 45, and as you mentioned, James, just how quickly she's scored runs over the last few overs. Wasn't long ago I said that she'd stalled her innings She finds a dot to mid-off.
Yeah, well, I think at the end of the game, the picture will be who took the most wickets in the power play, who built the most pressure through dots, who minimised the most boundaries, who took their chances when they were presented.
That's wide outside the off stump, and Mia Rogers can't block it after a puff of dust. This could be a chance for a run out though, and an inaccurate throw means Bryce can get back for a second run. Again, another slightly worrying sign. Wide's given.
I saw an interesting graphic where things like boundary count, dot ball counts, non-boundary strike rate counts, or head-to-heads, wickets in power play, head-to-head. You know, they all contribute to who wins and who loses. And
it's a cracking shot, square of the wicket. Finds a deep fielder though, 1 run.
And I guess where I'm going with this is 250 maybe below par, but if they get 3 wickets in the power play, when they come to defend that 250, it just changes the game. The game can change, you know, very quickly. You can't win a game of cricket within the power play, but you can certainly go a long way to losing it. I suppose that's what keeps us interested for the whole 100 overs, isn't it?
The joys of 50-over cricket is always finds another single down towards deep third. Brilliant batting from the Blaze. Always looking for that second run. Where can they find an extra little single that they know can be so crucial later on in the game? Catherine Bryce requesting a little drink from the subs bench. Looks like it's going to be Prisha Thanawala to deliver the drinks. Had a decent run of games running up to the 50-over break for the Blaze. Bryce pushing forward in defence. Just 1 ball left in this over. Not a bad one from La Rosa. Approaching the 3-figure mark are the Blaze, and Catherine Bryce just 4 runs short of a half century.
Yeah, how much will Durham rue that drop catch of Catherine Bryce?
Pull shot in front of the square. It's not going to go to the boundary. Just be a single for Bryce. Moves on to 47. She'll keep the strike. And it's 6 runs from the 19th. 98 for 2.
Have we seen the Durham formula now then? So we've seen 7 overs of Trudy Johnson. We've seen 6 overs of La Rosa. So that leaves 7 overs of seam. And we've seen 3 spinners so far. So I can't imagine there's going to be much. Oh, I take that back. Abby Glenn's going to bowl. I was about to say I can't imagine we're going to see much more seam. It might just be, you know, lots of spin heavy from both ends, but we're going to see Abby Glenn bowl some right arm medium pace from the Radcliffe Road end. Former Loughborough University student, came through the regional development centre system that preceded the professional era of the game. So a couple of injuries that she's bounced back from, so great to see her back on the park. She's in, right arm over the wicket, back of a length and turned into the leg side for a single.
This feels like an important over. Can Abby Glenn be the seam bowler for the moment? Spin hasn't worked as of yet from the Radcliffe Road end. Can Abby Glenn build up some Durham momentum?
Driven on the up, beautiful shot. Good field in there as Emma Marlowe tumbles in her retrieval. Single scored, 100 up for the Blaze. Partnership on to 47. Glenn is in and down the leg side. Levick on the chase again. Her heat map is going to be red hot at the end of this game. Wide signalled by Grace Banbury. Just looking at Abby Glenn for the year. This is the 7th game. She's bowled in 6 innings. 50 partnership up as well for these two from 49 balls, so going at just over a run a ball. Glenn once again, like she pulled a cutter there. Just slightly deceiving Catherine Bryce as she plays and misses. Sorry, I was saying Abby Glenn then. She's bowled in 6 innings, 40 overs she's bowled. So she's getting through 6 or 7 overs. Stop it. Back of a length, cut away, straight at backward point, parried well, definitely saved the boundary. Single taken nevertheless.
Prevented a Catherine Bryce half century as well. Could that be an important moment?
You're absolutely right though. Bowling that 6 bowler, it feels like if you don't get control, where else do you look to get that control? Pulled away. Levick's on the chase. Will she stop this before the rope? She uses the left boot. It's eventually thrown in. Has that prevented a boundary? No, it hasn't. Grace Banbury signals 4. Not sure Katie Levick agrees with that.
Well, they were laughing almost with surprise to how on earth they kept it in, and then the last very quickly stopped.
It was proper old school, wasn't it? Getting the old boot out.
Well, it's the sign of someone who has fielded almost every single ball today for Durham.
Glenn in again, and this one ran off the face of the bat down to 3rd. Just not letting the bowling settle here. This pair plays 109 for 2. Catherine Bryce 49. Elwys 20. 20 overs gone. This is slowly building nicely. The run rate has just teetered around the 4.8, 4.9 mark, but in these last few overs that has shifted and it's now 5.85. So maybe the 250 I was talking about was absolute nonsense, Charlie Harden.
Well, you never know. You could have pulled a blinder. So we won't talk too soon. Katie Levick is going to start her 4th over. A change of ends. Short leg side boundary. An inside edge from Elwys brings Catherine Bryce on a strike on 49. Could this be a ploy? A trap? Go for the short boundary? Because Blaze batters have been finding it pretty easy to score the spinners from the Radcliffe Road end, but from the Stuart Broad end, he's Levick. Drops it short, and that's going to be 50 for Catherine Bryce. 2nd of the tournament so far in 2026. Appreciates the crowd who are applauding. And, well, Catherine Bryce not long ago was on 22. I think she was on 22 until the 14th over. And then she's really started to ramp up her scoring rate and now sits on 50. And a drive just beats extra cover. This could be a 2 into the pocket. No, Elwys just settles for 1. Brilliant half century, though, from Catherine Bryce.
Absolutely. Offered that one chance, but since then has really locked in. Punished the bad balls, ran well between the wickets.
Another singles found from Bryce. Takes the first one rather quickly, but settles for 1.
I think of all the spinners, Levick's the hardest to hit to the leg side as well, because she's quite skiddy. We saw that dismissal of Tammy Beaumont where she swept across the line, so I think it's a bit of a carrot, the short boundary. So this one's worked into the offside, but Levick gives the most control. She keeps the stumps in play, but doesn't leak too many runs to the leg side, and it's always a risk going against the leg spinner to the to the leg side, beg your pardon. So I think they've got her on at the right end.
Especially if you're going to go through a period of plenty of spin. Levick is the one, as you'd say, you'd bowl from the Stuart Broad end. But that ends her over. Not a bad one to her. 4 overs, going for just 16 so far. And that 1 wicket, of course, LBW from her first delivery, just missing Tammy Beaumont for 19. But the score, after 21 overs, is 114 for 2.
Yeah, a reminder, Durham won the toss here. They elected to bowl. They did get an early wicket at Marie Kelly in the second over, and they picked up the second wicket at Tammy Beaumont in the 10th. Or was it the 11th? Was it outside the power play?
12th, actually, just after the 11th.
Abby Glenn's continued. Checked on drive for no run. Grace Thompson bowled in the warm-up, didn't she? But we haven't seen her bowl just yet. Abby Glenn has been the chosen bowler, the 6th bowler. She's in again, and this one's run off the face behind square. Well fielded by La Rosa. No run.
Well, in Durham's last 50-over game, back in late June against Surrey, they did find a couple of overs from a few different bowlers. As you mentioned, Grace Thompson bowling 3 overs, not for 15. They also found a couple from Emma Marlowe.
Well, I'll come back to you on Emma Marlowe in a second. As Glenn's in, and this one's square driven by Elwes, and she'll eke out another single to Emma Marlowe. Emma Marlowe burst onto the scene as an off-spinner. She was a product of the Yorkshire Development Centre that Abby Glenn was a part of, and then was expressed into the under-19 system, went to South Africa. She was a very, very talented off-spinner, but has worked really hard on her batting, and now finds herself in the side as an opening batter, as Glenn hits a splice of the bat this time, dots up Catherine Bryce. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with Emma Marlowe's bowling, but once upon a time she was a frontline off-spinner.
I feel like that's a career arc people dream of. Off-spin turned opening batter. Quite a rare arc, that.
Square driven, back driven really, and 4 runs. What a shot that was. Threaded backward of backward point, but forward of third. How would you cut off that? Apart from not bowling there.
A little bit of width, not even too much width.
No.
I mean, Catherine Bryce is just tucked into it. Not a poor delivery there from Glenn.
Now driven in well in front of square, diving Holly Armitage in vain. 4 more runs to Catherine Bryce. She's done that a couple of times now, where she's gone back-to-back boundaries in the over. It keeps pushing the Blaze on, and a positive way for the Blaze to end that over. Abby Glenn under the pump now. 20 runs conceded from her 2 overs, just the 4 dot balls. Blaze are 123 for 2 from just 22 overs.
Couple things from me here, James. One of which is I wouldn't be surprised if we might just see Glenn removed from the attack, just because of how quickly Holly Armitage has rung the changes so far. We've seen quite a few 2-over spells, especially from her spinners. She's just trying to gauge how the game is going. Levick drops one ever so slightly short.
Well, she's not afraid to chop and change it. She's a very experienced cricketer, is Holly Armitage, and she's going to have a big job on her hands at some point when she gets the bat in hand. She also bowls some useful leg spin herself. Who knows? We may see a few more experiments today.
Quick single taken to short fine, and it's a safe single in the end. The other thing I'd say, James, is we did just mention about that 6th bowler searching for extra containment, extra pressure, and we haven't quite seen that yet, and it's a worrying sign that we haven't really seen a bowler from Durham quite able to control the Radcliffe Road end. So this goes back in defence.
No, we haven't. And the runs have been scored through width, haven't they? Cuts and cover drives. And it's really hard to defend such a short boundary with those kind of angles. I'm sure one of the markers for the bowlers will be the dot ball percentage. And you look at Katie Levick, what she's done so far, 4.4 overs, 14 dot balls. That's a 15th dot ball. So whatever the result of this delivery, she's at 50% of deliveries being dot balls.
A little bit more flight, just beats Elwes slightly down the leg side, ends up hitting her on the toe. And that ends another pretty good Levick over. She's going to be leading the attack today, as she always does. Such an experienced bowler, and is trying to draw this game back for Durham. 125 for 2 after 23. And it does just make you feel that maybe Blaze might be looking at that 300 mark. Just maybe. A lot lying on this partnership, though.
Yeah, well, they're hoping to get a bit of control from this Radcliffe Road end now through Maddie Villiers. She's only bowled 2 overs so far. None for 12. She, of course, bowled a couple of overs in the power play, so slightly different scenario now, albeit 2 batters are set now. She can have those 4 fielders outside the circle. She's going to come round the wicket, floats this one up, beats the outside edge of Catherine Bryson. It's fumbled by Mia Rogers as well, but no run scored. Floated again, square driven, threaded again for 4. Beautiful timing from Catherine Bryce, and the pressure is thrown back on the bowler. 2 overs into the new spell, boundary conceded. Play starting to pile pressure onto this Durham attack. Floated again, played and missed again. Was there an edge on that? We'll see. Oh, there's going to be buzzers as well. Villiers was too busy remonstrating to herself that she forgot to take the stumps at the bowler's end. Runs off the bat. That was a chance, according to the lack of signal from Grace Banbury. Turn into leg side this time. So pop that in your notebook. Catherine Bryce dropped on 64. She's now on to 67. Turning that one into the leg side for a single. Villiers is going to come over the wicket to Elwes. Long on comes into the circle. Change of angle for deep square leg coming in front. Deep mid wicket is moving more around to a cow corner. And a dot ball beaten on the outside edge of the bat there, Georgia Elwes. Not prodigious turn from the finger spinners, as the not prodigious turn at all, actually. Katie Levick just getting the ball to skid on from the other end. Floated up and false shot, but she's got enough on this, Elwes. It's going to run up to Stuart Broadend for another 4, so that's a kick in the teeth for Maddie Villiers to end that over. 11 conceded from that over. Blaze on to 136 for 2. 24 overs gone and 1 over away from drinks here, Charlie, and the Blaze will be really happy going into that scheduled little break.
Well, I've been looking through the figures, through the stats, doing some calculations of my own over that last over, James.
Are you going to indulge us?
And I've worked out the percentage of runs that have come from the Radcliffe Road end. So this little strike on the pad brings about a muted appeal. And it's not as major as I'd have hoped for, considering how long I tried to spend doing those calculations. But 65% of the runs coming from the Radcliffe Road end so far today. Sweep shot. Takes a single down towards fine leg. Just a sign that Durham are finding it hard to contain from this end as opposed to the Stuart Broad end. Do you like that stat? Or is it a bit underwhelming?
I think 65 is quite a lot, do you know?
Yeah, so do I.
So I think it does tell the story that you were hoping for.
Single picked up by Elwes. Yeah, 86 runs so far coming from the Radcliffe Road.
And that's something the Blades are going to have to consider when they bowl. Getting the right bowlers on at the right ends.
But strangely, if you'd said that at the start of the game, we wouldn't have been too surprised because of that short boundary. However, actually, the short boundary hasn't been utilised at all. And in hindsight, actually, you'd probably have thought it might be switch, with the right-handed leg side boundary being from the Stuart Broad end. So quite surprising as wide given down the leg side.
I mean, it could change, couldn't it? What we think is the 7 overs of seam left could all come from that end, and Emma Jones could come in and whip it to that short leg side boundary and completely change those stats. Catherine Bryce is going to do that as well right now.
Really nice sweep there, very fine. It's going to take a good effort to stop it. I think she's done it. It's just outside of the view, and it is brilliant fielding from Johnson down at fine leg, who had a lot of work to do. But as the 25 overs is up, the score 142 for 2. And well, it now brings the perfect points for a little reset, a little think for both sides. Marie Kelly being that first one to go for 3. She fell in the second over off the bowling of La Rosa, caught at mid-off by Heath. That was 5 for 1. And then a decent partnership of 48 between Tammy Beaumont and Catherine Bryce. Before Tammy Beaumont fell at 53 for 2. She went for 19 LBW bowling of Katie Levick. That was in the 12th, but since then it's been all the Blaze, and they've made it look easy at times. They've been slightly defensive at brief periods, but as a whole, 142 for 2 tells a story. The Blaze in the box seat despite the early wicket from Durham. James, let's just hear your thoughts on the Blaze perspective first, I reckon, then we'll go to Durham. There's a little look at the match summary. Catherine Bryce and Elwes in particular, just making things look easy.
They are, you know, we've been very accustomed to them doing this. You're going to see them do this for another 15 overs, and as I say, that rearguard action from the Blaze will go boom at the end. Catherine Bryce is no slouch, and neither is Georgia Elwes. If one of those kicks on and gets 100, they'll go on and get 125, 150, and maybe some of that rearguard tail enders won't be required in terms of getting the runs at the end. But the Blaze are really got to be really happy. Asked to bat first, minimised the wickets they've lost. They've played some really good shots, put bad bowling away at times, and they've put good bowling away as well. So, you know, they can be nothing but really happy with the position they're in, and it, you know, at 142 for 2, they're clearly going. They should get 300 plus from this position. Durham have got a lot of work to do to claw this back.
Yeah, I'd agree. And 300 almost looks like the minimum now for the Blaze with the stronghold that they've got in position at 142 for 2 of 25. Durham players just having a little huddle at about point from the Stuart Broad end. Anything they could have done better in particular? I mean, Holly Armitage understandably has rung the changes. We've said no one's been able to quite get set from the Radcliffe Road end. Any improvements you could see them making? Any changes?
Well, I think the shining light is Trudy Johnson. She bowled 31 dots in her 7 overs out of a possible 42. balls. That's a real high percentage of dot balls. She gave control from the Stuart Broad end. La Rosa went a little bit too straight on the pads, albeit she picked a wicket up, but it was easy to work into the leg side, and then drifted a bit too straight and wide at times and got punished on the front foot as well. They haven't got much control from the spin of Villiers and Fraser, unfortunately for them, and the trial with Abby Glenn hasn't worked either. Katie Levick has been the pick of the slow bowlers. She's bowled 19 dots and obviously picked up the prize wicket of Tammy Beaumont, first ball in her spell. So I think the message is pretty simple for Durham: build pressure through dots, minimise boundaries, and hopefully kind of pick up a couple of wickets through pressure, and perhaps just swing the pendulum back a little bit in their favour. But from this point in, I think anything under 300 for Durham will be a positive from the position they find themselves in.
Agreed. Just one last point. They've only got 7 overs left from their 2 gun bowlers today, in the likes of Johnson and Levick, and 25 overs to go. It feels like the bowlers around that, here's one of them, Maddie Villiers, got a big task to do for the second 25.
Yeah, that's why that control by spin is going to be really important. Villiers has got us underway in this second half of the first innings, and easy single to start from round the wicket. She's going to come over the wicket for Elwes. Doesn't feel like there's a clear plan. Reverse swept. It beats backward point. Emma Marlowe coming round will cut it off. Parry from La Rosa took the sting out of it. They will come back for 2. Although Villiers is coming over the wicket and round the wicket for different, but it doesn't feel like there's a real clear plan, a deliberate plan. The field doesn't change too much, the angles ever so slightly. That one's dragged down. That's going to give these 2 fielders converging a bit of work to do, but was asking a lot, asking a serious lot, and Georgia Elwes punishes anything just a little bit too short.
That looked really hard to gauge out there in the deep, because it took one quite abrupt bounce that almost stopped the pace off a dry patch in the square, and then skipped off the next bit and beat the fielder diving past it. Not easy out there.
Ran off the face of the bat. That was deliberate, that, from Georgia Elwes. She's got it fine. La Rosa, another name that we keep mentioning. She's always in the game from a fielding point of view. We'll do the fielding. 2 more runs. Yeah, we've got Abby Glenn, I think, down there at deep mid wicket, and Bess Heath at deep square leg. They're about 10 yards in off the rope, aren't they? Trying to prevent 2, but equally it's hard to prevent the boundary if it splits them. Pulled away again. This one will be more easy to retrieve, and Bess Heath is on it. Good anticipation from her, an incredible athlete. Another player with England experience in and around the senior squad and the A squad. Villiers round the wicket, square driven. Another single and 100 partnership for Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwes, coming up in 89 balls. 51 contributed by Bryce, 39 by Elwes. Serious pressure being applied by these 2, setting the blaze up, hoping to maintain that pole position in the MetroBank one-day league standings.
It's quite an interesting story, actually, James, the current league standings, and you've got to say slightly more interesting for Durham. Grace Thompson has a change of ends, but Durham sit on 24 points in 3rd. Remember that 3rd qualifying spot being the final one, and then behind them in 4th and 5th, both just 2 points back, is Surrey with a game in hand and Warwickshire. As Catherine Bryce finds that First ball from Grace Thompson down towards poor Levick, fine leg, who opts to underarm this time as a result of the pure number of balls she's had to field. And again, only 5 points back is Lancashire, and 18 points, sat 6 points back is Somerset. So there's a real cluster of groups not too far away from that third place spot, in Hampshire and the Blades pretty clear at second and first respectively. Down the leg side, Mia Rogers acting as a bit of a wall that time to a wide.
Thompson, the 7th bowler to be used, so they're digging deep here. Durham using their bowling stocks to try and find some control.
Short and pulled through the gap. Brilliant shot from Elwes. And it does feel very new to her spell today, Grace Thompson, but I think she's learnt pretty quickly that short and straight will be quite easily put away with the short leg side boundary.
Yeah, Grace Thompson is another product of the Durham system, and has been around England programmes as well because that athleticism and tall physique.
Elwes finds a single to that deep cover field. It's just expert batting at the moment.
Just feels with Thompson, from what I've seen of her, is she's got this size, she's got this height. She's just still learning how to get the most out of it. But I think she's a talented prospect for the future.
Just judging by the run-up, it does look like the kind of bowler that actually Durham could really do with today. It feels slightly different, as you say, slightly more height and bounce, and brings a different challenge to the Blaze batters, who in the middle overs probably wouldn't be expecting to face something just like this.
No, not at all.
Leading edge finds cover.
You see it there. She was pushed back in a crease and had to kind of push her hands and check her shot in the end and come off the outside half of the bat. Certainly different styles of bowling, different heights, different trajectories. It certainly does upset a batter's rhythm.
Well, not a bad over that from Grace Thompson. One ball did find the boundary, but the 7 runs from it. And as you mentioned, James, Durham will be asking a lot of Thompson today. See which bowlers they can find that, well, can give them a bit of support in the containment area. We are going to see, I think that is Maddie Villiers continuing. Yeah, it is. There's a little bit of a collection of Durham players for a moment, which has suggested a change. But Villiers will continue. I'm keeping my calculations going, by the way, James, and hopefully I can give you a short presentation at the end about how many runs have come from each end.
Well, I'd also be keen to know how many runs are square driven from Georgia Elwes through vacant point as she accumulates and collects another single.
You might have to be on that one, I think, James.
Really is from round the wicket. Cut away this time in front of square. Be another easy single for the Blaze. End of the over. We'll do a recap of what's going on around the grounds, as you mentioned, Charlie. The league table, we'll have a look at how that may be affected by the ongoing games. Back over the wicket, Villiers. And this one, back foot crunched, well in front of square, and it'll find the boundary. Smart cricket from Georgia Elwes there. Eking out the boundary. After hitting the boundary rider twice, he threaded that beautifully. On to 49 now, Elwes, as Villiers floats that one up and Elvis happy to prod that one back to extra cover for no run. Turn into leg side this time, and Elvis will greatly accept another single. She's on to 50. Polite raise of the bat from her. Georgia Elvis doing Georgia Elvis things. 50 from 45 balls, including 7 fours. Strike rate of 111. Just building a steady innings here for the Blaze. 167 for 2. As Bryce will face the final delivery. Player miss. It was a player miss, and then the umpire has put a hand to her ear. We thought she was about to give it out. Teasing us all there. That is over.
I think her eyes started watering. is what she's explaining to Maddie Villiers. Because
she's picking her eye, yeah.
Her right hand did rise incredibly fast after an appeal.
Right, after that, 28 overs gone. Blaze are 167 for 2. Let's go around the ground then. Chelmsford, Essex are playing Somerset. And Essex are currently 129 for 2. Jodie Grewcock, 62 not out. And Severn Smell, 47 not out. So they're building a steady total for the Essex women. Surrey are hosting Hampshire down at Guildford, and Surrey are 153 for 6, so they're in a bit of trouble there. Amanda Jade Wellington picking up 3 of the Surrey wickets.
So Surrey is a team that Durham could really do with losing, just because of that extra game in hand they have over Durham.
Well, Alice Davidson-Richards is 25 not out, batting 4. It looks like wickets have tumbled around her. She's the final danger batter in the top order, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Thompson started this over really nicely. Couple of good areas so far.
Warwickshire 111 for 2 from 29 overs, so the run rate's slightly slow, but they've got wickets in the 10th there. Meg Austin for 56 not out, top of the order. Perrin gone for 15, George for 29, and Brooke Halliday, the Kiwi overseas, she's joined her at the crease, she's 5 not out. Yorkshire pretty tight there with their bowling. Just 2 wickets.
Yeah, Yorkshire sitting in 8th, second bottom. Here comes a bit of dot building for Durham. 4 dots in a row from Grace Thompson. Do the Blaze have the nerve to get through potentially a maiden and seem unfazed? I'd say they do. So a beautiful drive up to mid-off, finds no run. Could we be looking at the first maiden of the day? Coming the way of Grace Thompson, 7th bowler for Durham.
What do you reckon?
It's not going to be a maiden. And I think Georgia Ellis is going to find a couple of runs from this. She does very well to get back. It's going to be 2 leg byes to end a very good over from Grace Thompson. Just the 2 runs from it. 169 for 2 after 29.
Yeah, the game's just meandering at the moment, isn't it? From a Durham point of view, the Blaze have got the foot on the throat. Have a change of bowling here, and a change of end as well for Trudy Johnson. She's going to have a go from the Radcliffe Road end. She's only got 3 overs left, but she's been the pick of the bowlers in terms of economy, in terms of dot balls. So Captain Armitage perhaps looking for a bit of control here. And if Johnson can get a bit of shape into those batters, potentially gets the stumps in play, LBW in play, could yield a wicket that the Durham women desperately need. This partnership worth 116 now from a Blaze point of view. We've got a third on the boundary, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, driven on the up, well fielded by Armitage, one-handed, no run. And a deep cover on the boundary on the offside. 4 on the leg side. Fine leg, deep square leg. Mid-wicket, stump high, and a straight mid-on. Johnson's in and on the money, to be fair, hits the splice at the back. Didn't deserve a single, but Armitage's having to balance the field and protect boundaries, so single to Catherine Bryce.
You've mentioned today about the importance of, in the middle overs, taking wickets through build up of dots.
Turning to leg side, this is going to bisect the 2 boundary riders. The pressure valve releases there and Elwes picks up another boundary.
And building up those dots comes from both ends. And we have talked about how Durham quite haven't been able to control the Radcliffe Road end in particular. And this feels like a play to, just for a few overs now, as Grace Thompson is starting a pretty good spell from the Stuart Broad end. Bring on Johnson now to bring that same pressure from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, well, we've seen her concede a boundary for the first or second time in the game. Yeah. It feels too early for her to bowl, or she's not going to bowl at the death ultimately. Driven on the up, extra cover. Well, cover's got a lot of work to do to get round to deep extra cover, and Mamalo has to let it go for 4. So that pressure valve just turning another notch from the bowling of Trudy Johnson. Elwes 58 not out, tapping a bat. She turns this one into leg side. This could be another boundary. Beautifully timed. So 3 boundaries in the over from the return of Trudy Johnson, spoiling her figures somewhat. And a bit of thinking to be done, I think, for Captain Holly Armitage as she comes to have a chat now with one of her experienced players in Maddie Villiers. Grace Thompson, she's going to continue from the Stuart Broad end. It just begs the question, doesn't it? Could Grace Thompson have opened the bowling with that height and the new ball and the stickiness of the wicket, the awkward height, and Trudy Johnson have bowled in the middle overs and given that control? Easier said in hindsight, I agree, but Thompson feels on a bit of a hiding to nothing with 2 set batters in.
This is down leg. Very, very good one-handed take from Mia Rogers. Yeah, I think just to counter that point, you'd agree, wouldn't you? Trudy Johnson was terrific up top. And I don't think Durham would have changed that. Arguably, you could say, yeah, Grace Thompson could have been similar. And you are right, Durham are lacking control of the middle overs. It's tucked into the leg side for no run. I'm just going to give you my stat again because I'm enjoying it so much. Of the 182 at the start of this over, 117 runs coming from the Radcliffe Road end. I will just wait on that and bring it back at the end. I couldn't resist. Singles taken out towards deep cover. And yeah, you could say it's a mixture of 7 good overs from Johnson from that end, and Grace Thompson building up a bit of pressure, and Katie Levick bowling well from that end as well. But bowling's about partnerships. When you don't have pressure from both ends, especially in the middle overs of a 50-over game, innings can really start to get away from the bowling side. Dot ball to mid-off. More good bowling again from Thompson.
And I suppose to flip that to a batting perspective, if you're not losing wickets from one end, you've got to attack, aggress, change up from the other end. And in this situation, we've got 2 set batters, 70 odd and 60 odd not out. Wickets are not falling from either end.
Cut shot, square of the wicket on the offside. Finds with a bobble. Deep cover. Good fielding in the end from Bess Heath. Didn't look too simple. Certainly does feel, just for the 2 batters at the moment, that as run flows from one end, they're quite happy to go at a tick below the run rate from the other. Off the outside edge, bit of a throw of the hands from Catherine Bryce, who now moves to 78 with a single down towards deep third. Thompson's 3 overs so far, just going for 11. Can she close out the third with another low scoring delivery? Short, struck on the pad, sounded like a bottom edge to everyone except Grace Thompson, who gave it a pretty generous appeal. 186 for 2, just the 4 runs from it. Good over from Thompson. Can they just keep doing it from the other end though? Can they? Well, Johnson is the player to do it, or is it? No, it's Katie Levick. 1 over spell from Trudy Johnson.
Well, Levick's given control, hasn't she, as well? Just to go back to the bowling of Thompson, she's bowled 12 dots in her 18 deliveries so far, so much needed control from that end. Levick has bowled 19 dots and hopefully trying to get some control from the Radcliffe Road end. She starts with a dot. She's bowled 37 deliveries, 20 a dot, so way over that 50% yardstick. Another dot. Three dots. String them up. Ring a bell.
It does feel like their last attempt to build up some momentum from both ends here, Durham.
Swept. She's got plenty of this. Will it run away? Trudy Johnson chasing, but the ball's just got too many legs. 4 more, so the pressure valve releases again after 3 dots. A boundary hemorrhages, and it just keeps that Blaze scoreboard ticking up to 190 for 2 now. Levick in and struck on the pad. Umpire not interested. Looked a little bit leg side to me. Not a prodigious turner of the ball. Katie Levick probably sliding on with the arm. I'll be corrected after a replay. Yeah, leg side, isn't it? Levick in again. Oh, Little inside edge onto the pad this time, but it just pops into the leg side, and it's another single. 191 for 2 after 32. Partnership of 138 now. Run rate a smidge under 6s. Right, Charlie Harden. Prediction time again. How many runs are the Blaze going to get?
Well, you're very good at giving me these questions whilst I don't have anything to distract or stall with. I'm going to go for... God, they could do well, couldn't they? They really could. I'm going to say 338. That's hit down the leg side. No bat on it or pad in the end, so wide given. And now I can only pose the question to you, excuse me, whilst you've got an ability to stall after each delivery. So, my question to you is, what's your prediction, James Carr? The quick singles taken to cover.
I think 327.
Okay. Interesting. So you've just slightly lowballed it. Okay.
Slightly.
On drive. Is it to perfection? No. Good slide. In the end. Oh, no. Now she's clutching her calf is Elena La Rosa. Just that left calf. Testing it out. I think she'll be okay. Just slightly worrying sign. Instant clutch of the calf muscle. Looks like she'll be okay though. Still holding it with the left hand. Hoping she'll be alright after just running it off. Yeah, for 338 to work, this partnership has got to keep going for a good while. It really does depend on that next wicket falls. If it falls with 6 overs to go or so, you might back a new batter to come in and give it a whack. But if it falls now, maybe we might see something slightly different. Thompson in. Blocking straight back to the bowler. And I wonder just the impact of this Grace Thompson spell on this first innings. In terms of how much it has knocked down the pass score. Because the Blaze, they were steaming before Thompson came on from the Stuart Broad end. This one's down the leg side again and helped on its way by Bryce. She moves to 85 with a pull shot down towards fine leg. We're still seeing Elena La Rosa test out that calf muscle. And it's fair to say Durham will need her to bowl relatively shortly, or she might be brought on at the death. We'll wait and see.
Especially with that angle, she could come round the wicket, left arm, kind of cramp batters up perhaps. Physio is ready, bag in hand on the boundary edge.
As the ball finds her.
She's not moving well at all, is she? She fielded that one. It was pretty elementary, but she's moving gingerly, to say the least. With the 325, I just feel it's the current run rate plus 25, and I think Durham will win the odd over. Wickets will fall as Blaze up the ante a little bit.
As the over ends, 195 for 2, and I do say this a lot across the 50 over game. It is almost underestimated how tricky it is, how challenging it is for even set batters come the 42nd and 43rd over to accelerate well. And it is quite rare that you have sort of the perfect innings where we have 2 set batters who can both capitalise on the final few overs.
So we've got 12thers on. Sophia Turner. She just sent a gel on perhaps, or some painkillers for La Rosa. Levick will continue. The Rosa's still on the pitch. Maybe just a bit of cramp. Some electrolytes perhaps. Another square drive from Bryce. Happy to just take the singles on offer. Emma Marlowe doing the fielding. Elvis down the track, makes it a half volley. Good piece of fielding. Just be a single. Good work from Maddie Villiers. Slight error there and it's 4, isn't it? Cut this time, won't get it between backward point and backward point.
I don't know how to feel about this period of the game. Just because it's good from Durham, but I worry they're going to lose all of Levick's overs.
In front of point this time, another easy single.
And they're very good overs, but I think the Blaze really won't mind going at a below 6 run rate just for these last few overs, approaching the 35 over mark.
Down the track, beats extra cover, 4 runs for Georgia Elwis. Beautifully calculated risk, beautiful timing. And a lovely applause from this Trent Bridge crowd. It's a nice hum about the ground today, isn't there? Good amount of people at the Stuart Broad end. Levick in again and dabbed to square point or just backward a point for no run. So that's the end of the 34th over, 16 to bowl. Blaze are past the 200. That's what the claps were for. Keep up, James. 202 for 2. Catherine Bryce 87. Georgia Elwis 69. Partnership worth 149. They're some pretty handsome numbers, aren't they, Charlie Harden?
Yes, they are. James Carr. And these two will be looking to kick on. And whether they'll be eyeing up the 350 mark just yet, we don't know. They'll definitely very much be focusing on the next ball, just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Not a huge amount of pressure for runs at the current time, but Katie Levick, just 2 overs left. That's a big 2 overs. When are you going to bowl them? Here's Thompson, though. Back of a length, and Bryce cuts to backward a point. And well, the Blaze are in a position now where if they start to take hold of Grace Thompson, where do Durham turn next? The Blaze just continuing to almost let Thompson continue this fine spell. They're not trying to get her off her rhythm. She bounds in, right arm over. Helped on its way. That's going to be 4 in the gap. Katie Levick can't get there. And it's going to be 4 more. And Catherine Bryce moving to 91. And 150 partnership is up. 69 runs apiece.
Rarity from Thompson, that. She's only conceded 1 boundary in 4 overs. That's the second boundary she's conceded.
This is a really fine edge of the pull shot, just the bottom edge. Katie Levick running around to do the fielding. They'll come back for a second run. Catherine Bryce to 93.
This is always the danger, isn't it, with one-day cricket, and you factor in as well that Thompson she's had some injuries, she's been in and out of the side, she's a developing young player. How many good overs do you bowl before you risk ruining the spell?
Slower, short ball outside off. Bryce cuts out to deep cover, juggled by Bess Heath. Yeah, and the one thing I would say, again, such an easy thing to say in hindsight, but Trudy Johnson's 7th over of that opening spell went for 8, and you couldn't help but feel it was almost just 1 over too many. Again, another point so easy to say in hindsight. I wonder if Armitage has learned from that. Cut out to deep cover for a single from Elwes.
The problem is if she pulls Thompson now,
Yes.
where's she going to? Is she going back to Trudy Johnson? Finish your 2 overs at the end you bowled so well from. She's got 2 overs from Levick, 4 from La Rosa, who's perhaps got a bit of cramp in that calf.
This could be 2 for Catherine Bryce onto Katie Levick's wrong hand, which does well to throw in and prevent the second run. So that ends another over. Not a terrible one again from Grace Thompson. 211 for 2, 9 runs from it.
And then Fraser and Glenn have bowled 3 overs combined at the expense of 33 runs. So will Armitage back one of those and throw the ball to them?
Change of ends, maybe. Could help.
Well, the answer is yes, because Catherine Fraser's got the ball in hand and Grace Banbury has collected her cap off her. So we're going to see some off spin from Catherine Fraser. I think she's going to come round the wicket to protect that short side and encourage batters to play to the long side. There's a lot on offer though. On the leg side is a short fine leg. I'll come back to the field in a second as this one's cut away for a single to that deep cover point fielder. The leg side is a short fine leg, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on. So no body saving singles in front of square. Looks like the same ploy though as Maddie Villiers. It's going to come over the wicket for Georgia Elwes. And now Armitage is going to come across to mid wicket to save a single in front of square on the leg side. Reverse sweep.
Ooh.
Nearly bowled. Not sure what that hit, whether it was Elwes's glove, rolled, missed the leg stump. Rock back there does Elwes, and happy to take another single. Emma Marlowe, another one who's been in the game a lot. Katie Levick, La Rosa, they've been in the hot spots, haven't they?
Haven't been able to avoid the ball really today.
Back round the wicket, turned to short fine leg for another single. So an element of control from Fraser, but still the runs tickling along. Driven on the up, threaded between mid-off and extra cover. It'll be pulled up just short by Grace Thompson. A good chase there. Perhaps not timed as well from Georgia Elwes as some of the other shots we've seen from her. I thought that was destined to be 4 for a moment.
Quite a chase. What is Grace Thompson, 5 overs into her spell?
Yeah. Dragged down, pulled away, well in front of square. Bit of work for Abby Glenn to do, but she does it well. Good retrieval. Just the single. And Grace Banbury calls over. So the Blaze 217 for 2 after 36. Catherine Bryce eking her way towards those 3 figures. She's 97 not out. Georgia Elwes not far behind her, 74 not out. Partnership of 164, and that run rate has just peaked above 6s, and it's back to Katie Levick. So Captain Holly Armitage isn't going to keep going with Grace Thompson. 5 overs is enough.
I think that was perfectly timed. As Levick starts this spell from the Stuart Broad end with a dot. Did just feel that Grace Thompson wasn't far away from slightly losing her figures. Cut in front of the square there, this time from El West, finds a single, brings Catherine Bryce, the Scot, back onto strike on 97.
It looks like the aggregate figures for the year suggest that there's quite a few bowlers with one spell in them.
An inside edge finds a single to wide mid on. What do you mean by that, James?
So Abby Glenn's averaging 6 overs a spell, 6 overs a game when she bowls. Grace Thompson similarly 6 or 7.
Elwes clubbing it away through cow corner. Finds the fielder out there in the deep.
So I guess what I'm saying is they're being used as that 6th bowler, not being expected to bowl 2 spells and perhaps just get through a spell of 4 to 7 overs. Which is all well and good until no one goes particularly well and you need to use 7 or 8 bowlers.
Catherine Bryce finding deep cover. Searched for the second run but couldn't quite get there. She'll be on 99.
And that's the case today. Durham have used 7 bowlers. I mean, they're not going to use any more. They've used all their recognised bowlers.
Georgia Elwes, can she push for 2 this time? It's going to take some fielding. She's done well out there, Bess Heath, to draw it back in. It means Catherine Bryce will have the strike at the start of the 38th over. She'll be on 99, and it's 223 for 2. So just 6 runs from the over. And the Blaze are continuing to tick along, and Durham still searching for that wicket. The partnership now 170, and not a wicket since the 12th over.
Fraser, the Scot, to her compatriot, who turns it into the leg side. 100 for Catherine Bryce. Raises the bat, takes the helmet off. Fresh from 100 duty and international duty. Normal service resumed for this outstanding batter. She's been the cornerstone of the success of the Blaze over a number of years now. What an important innings this has been for the Blaze. Fraser to continue down the track, and this one will beat Grace Thompson, and it will be 4 runs to Georgia Elwes. 82 she moves on to. This is what's really hard to strangle back now. Fraser's gone for 5 in 2 balls. The first spell didn't go to plan, and now this over's not going to plan. And there's not really many overs left to get right. It's going to give serious headaches to Captain Armitage and the bowlers. Change of field, bit of reinforcement on the drive here. Armitage going a bit deeper in the circle and dragged down and pulled into the leg side. Abby Glenn doing the leg work. It'll only be 1.
Let's spare a thought for Abby Glenn and Eleanor LaRosa, and at one point Mia Rogers behind the stumps.
Floated up, square driven straight to the fielder at backward point. There'll be no run.
Just for those drop catches. Catherine Bryce on 22 she was when put down at backward point. Very catchable chance, just a miscommunication.
Turn to leg side again. Be at least 1. It'll only be 1. Bess Heath is an absolute gun in the outfield.
And just on Georgia Elwes sitting on 83. I think I'm going to choose to say this after this delivery.
Fraser to Elvis from round the wicket. Down the track, worked into the leg side. The fancy two here, called really early. These two have got great engines, haven't they? Bat in and out, turn for 2 more runs. 38 gone, 2-3-2 for 2. And Charlie Harden, you're going to make a point about Georgia Elvis.
Well, I'm actually going to make your point about Georgia Elvis. First thing you said is that Georgia Elvis has this uncanny ability to get to 20 off 20 without really taking a risk. And she's now at over a run a ball 85, and I couldn't think of a risk she's taken or even a chance she's given away. A well-earned drink for this two batters for the Blaze on that partnership of 179. 2-3-2 for 2.
Well, to lay it on that point, she's come out of a crease to the off-spinners, which is a risk. It's a decision she's made, but then she plays with all the bat vertically, and all she has to do is beat extra cover or mid off, and it's 4. So it's not that she doesn't take a risk, it's just how well she perceives risk and calculates risk. And she plays a lot of high value shots for low risk. Levick to bowl the final over of her allotment starts with a dot. And that's why she accumulates at a run a ball. And that's why you blink and all of a sudden she's 50, 60 not out.
Slapped pull shot down the ground, beats a diving fielder, but long off is going to make her way round. So it will be picked up inside the rope, moves Bryce onto 103.
I'll make a prediction now.
Okay.
For me, Catherine Bryce should just keep doing what she's doing. Finish 140 not out. Just playing good cricket shots. Don't change anything. Maybe slightly up the tempo, but don't go crazy.
Slog sweep. Don't up the tempo. She's hit it almost 10 rows back into the stand at deep square leg.
Shut up, James.
And Catherine Bryce finds her first 6 of the day.
What I was going to say is we might see Elvis get to 100, and Elvis has got a bit more of that creativity, ramps, reverse ramps in her that we see in the T20 game in the 100, whereas we see Bryce just play real good hard shots, traditional shots that still go at a good rate. But to be fair, that one was floated up and it was right, it was sent, and it should have been sent. But maybe Bryce is going to go regardless of the situation of where Elvis is at with her milestones. 8 wickets left and 11.5 overs to go. She's certainly got a licence to thrill here, hasn't she, Catherine Bryce?
Yeah, she can do what she wants now. And that's a sign of someone with a little bit more confidence of being over the 100 mark. We are just seeing, who's that taking a little bit of treatment from the physio?
Grace Thompson, running repairs. She's got 2 tubey grips on her arm, and I think when she dove for that slap up at mid on before, she's perhaps damaged an existing scab or graze. The physio's got running repairs herself with a big knee brace and bandage on, so everyone's in the wars, including the bowling Levick at the moment.
That's burst through the hands of Katie Levick. God, the physio that leading by example, despite an injury, still at work. A drive on the up from Catherine Bryce out towards long off, finds a single. 2-4-1 for 2. Katie Levick just ending her spell now. Final ball, 1 for 51. Georgia Elvis lifted the bat up almost to try and mow it in Catherine Bryce fashion over deep mid wicket. She could only find short cover, but that ends a Levick spell of 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51 with the 29 dots in there. And that 6 just slightly tarnishing those figures in the final over. 241 for 2 after 39.
Yeah, and Levitt was on for kind of 33, 34 dot balls, wasn't she? But that pendulum has swung back the other way in Blaze's favour. 29 dot balls, not terrible, but under the 50% mark now. Again, it begs the question, there's still 11 overs to bowl here. Levick's done. The experience of Levick's done. Who will Durham turn to? Well, the answer is Abby Glenn from the Radcliffe Road end. She's bowled 2 overs for 20 runs so far, so a bit of pressure on her as she's in. Right arm over the wicket, turned into leg side by Catherine Bryce. She runs the first one hard, but Bess Heath will deter the second.
It feels a crucial part of the game for Durham, where if they take a wicket, the game does change. But if they don't, this game's going to get very much away from them.
Pulled away. Bess Heath is too far in front of square this time, so it'll be 4 to Georgia Elwys. Glenn missing a length, and it's punished, asking a lot of the fielders to cover all that space out there on the leg side. Yeah, I mean, taking a wicket's all well and good at this stage, but you look at the arsenal of batters to come in for the Blaze. You know, they've got to take 8 wickets to stop them scoring, 300 from here. Square driven, beautiful shot. Just rocked back with the full face of the bat, opened it at the last minute, and I've said it several times today, threaded for 4. Elwys on to 89, 250 up for Blaze. As we approach the 40th over, what a base to boom from here in the final 10. Ran off the face of the bat this time, there'll be no run. Partnership 197.
And with that partnership approaching the 200 mark, it's, again, just building on the point I made, that Durham there will be a few hanging low heads down there on the outfield.
Turns leg side from GL, where she's moved on to 90. Bess Heath doing the fielding again. She's been busy out at deep square leg in front of the John Pye auction stand. Six conceded in this over so far for Abby Glenn. Can she get out of it? 1 ball remaining in the 40th. Well, the answer is no, it's 4. Oh no, it's not. They've come back for 2, and the keeper's worn one on the head, out the foot marks. It's all happening. I think Emma Marlowe's done a good job there. 2 is the score. Doesn't prevent the 200 partnership though for the 3rd wicket. You can see on the screen there. From 173 balls. Incredible rate. Physio's back on now. I think this will be regulation check for Mia Rogers, who did get one on the helmet there. So a little break in play. We'll just check the welfare of the players. While we do that, should we have a look around the grounds?
Let's do that.
It was raining at Headingley, and Pakistan were 23 for 2, and they've taken lunch, and it's still 23 for 2 there.
Ollie Robinson taking a wicket with the first ball of the game.
Did he really?
Yeah, as an ace. Gone.
Essex have progressed to 187, but they've lost 3 wickets since then. They're 5 down now. Sophia Smale is 77 not out though, with 12 overs to go. Jodie Grucock, the top scorer, 87 was her score. Surrey have somewhat recovered to 217 for 7 in the 40th. Alice Davidson-Richardson still there with 61 not out. Bethan Miles has joined her at the crease, and she's 13 not out, offering some lower order resistance. 10 to go at Guildford. Sorry, playing Hampshire. The other game is Warwickshire versus Yorkshire, and Warwickshire 184 for 3, approaching the 40th. Meg Austin eventually out for 94, as Grace Thompson will continue.
And Elwes on 94 finds cover. Not far away from matching Catherine Bryce. These two coming together at 53 for 2. Hence that partnership now exactly 200. Grace Thompson, can she make another impact? Elwes finds a quick single to backward point. Abby Glenn throws in and slightly off the mark, so Sarah Bryce gets home safely. Maybe we might just see Grace Thompson being dealt with slightly differently, because she's at the start of a spell which could see her bowl out to the end. But if the Blaze get hold of her early, it will force another change. But the way she's bowled so far today, you'd back her to be able to bowl through to the death with some pretty decent success. Dot found to mid-off.
Yeah, and she showed she can bowl a yard cutter. She's got height. Could she bowl a bouncer? She got wide Yorkers. We'll soon find out.
And that's going to be 4. Sarah Bryce using the pace and a bit of bounce from Thompson, helping it past Katie Levick at short fine leg. Straight off the bat, you knew that was going to run away to the boundary for Bryce's 12th 4 of their innings. She moves to 117.
That's been her miss, hasn't it? She drops it short into the hip and gets pulled away. That's where all 3 of her boundaries that she's conceded have gone. With a short fine leg inside the circle, seems a little bit peculiar to that smaller pocket on that side.
It's maybe just around these late overs. Durham may be thinking that the Blaze batters will be looking to hit with more power out in front of square, and actually deep square and deep mid-wicket are places that ball could have gone. It's just drifted slightly too far down the leg side. Fine leg stays inside the circle. Slower full ball outside off brings Elwes back on a strike. 1 ball left in the over. 5 runs short of 3 figures is Georgia Elwes. Grace Thompson just starting where she left off. Another slightly slower ball. Elwes finds that fielder inside the circle at cover. So not a bad over, as it's 259 for 2, just 6 runs from it.
Catherine Fraser. No, it's not. It's Maddie Villiers who's going to bowl. Armitage happy to chop and change.
On comes the physio again, James.
Well, I think umpire O'Shaughnessy, I just heard him say get a sub on. She's got to come off. I think she takes her tubey grips off to bowl, and I think it pulls the dressing off underneath. So to save time, she's been asked to come off. So Sophia Turner is on at long on as a sub. Maddie Villiers going to come round the wicket to Catherine Bryce. It's worked into the leg side. No one in the circle in front of square, so They'll come back for 2 as well. Good loud call of yes from Gio is coming back for that second. Seems a bit too easy this, Charlie. Only short fine lag inside the circle on the leg side. Deep square, deep mid wicket, deep long on. Turn into leg side again. That split the 2 of them. It's going to be a teaser. They won't come back for 2 though.
It's felt a little bit too easy for these two for the last 30 overs.
Yeah. And then Villiers is going to come over the wicket now. The field doesn't change. So the offside is short third, backward point, cover point, extra cover. Down the track to long off. Just a single to Elvis. She's on to 96. Back round the wicket to Bryce. Drag down. Edge very fine on the cut shot. Will pull up short. He'll come back for 2. Think about 3. We'll stick at 2. One of the few false shots we've seen from Catherine Bryce today. She can be forgiven. 123 not out. Rock back. Oh, it goes through the fielder at cover point. 4 more runs. I mean, it's a bit of a cardinal sin for Paddy Villiers to drop short and be hit through the offside, coming round the wicket with all the boundary riders on the leg side. Last over, last ball of the 42nd will be re-bowled, leg side wide.
For a minute they were so close to getting a decent over from this end.
Floated up, full toss. Hammered away by Catherine Bryce. Clinical batting. You cannot give Catherine Bryce an inch. She will punish you. She's on to 131. The Blazer on to 274 for 2. 8 overs remain. And George Elvis will be on strike. 96 not out. You might get to call the second centurion of the day, Charlie. That's a fair share, isn't it?
Oh, you said it now.
Do you remember when Mark Nicholas did that and Shane Warne was going mad? It's nothing to do with us. These players have trained all winter. They play overseas. They play franchise cricket. It's absolutely nothing to do with us when they get in and out.
And you've only gone and cursed them after all that training. Wow. 96, Georgia Elvis. Driving firmly through cover point. Going to be a single. Moves Elvis on to 97. You're a bit worried there for a minute, weren't you?
No, I'm not, because it's not our fault.
All right.
They nick off or play a bad shot. It's nothing to do with us.
I just wouldn't go there personally. Thompson, right arm over. Drops it short and Bryce swats it away, and it could be a chance for run out. Just missed at the non-striker's end. Georgia Elvis diving in on 97. You can't tell me you were calm through that experience.
Saying nothing.
No words. Thompson in again to Bryce. Carves it away through backward a point. Finds the fielder. Bringing Elvis back onto strike. 3 balls to go. She sits on 97. Looks down at her glove. It's just taken a little bit of a bruising on the last dive. Can Thompson take the first wicket since the 12th over? Dug out the Yorker. Elwes prods a bit of turf that's just been churned up by a solid defence. And the crowd watch on. Drive in the air, straight to backward point on the boundary. Elwes thinking about 2, but will just get 1. She'll have to wait to the next over to get her chance of 3 figures. You can relax.
I am relaxed. Pressures for tyres.
Hit up in the air, over mid-on. It's going to take 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and it's still in hot pursuit, but it's going to run away for 4. Catherine Bryce moving to 136. You said 140, didn't you?
Yeah, she's caught up, hasn't she? She was about 100 from 125 balls, and now she's going at a run and pole. She's again been very calculated, targeted the short boundary at times, targeted fielders that are up in the circle and gone over the top of them. And the Blaze are comfortably going to get past 300. It's just how many. The Maddie Villiers experiment is over, and another off spinner's on, and it's Catherine Fraser. Armitage just chopping and changing. Georgia Elwes on strike. She's 98 from 88. She's round the wicket. Down the track comes Georgia Elwes. It's into a big pocket. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. Bryce makes it safe at the non-striker's end. And Georgia Elwes scores another vital century for the Blaze. Twin centuries for Catherine Bryce. And now Georgia Elwes. 89 deliveries, 14 fours. Georgia Elwes just doing Georgia Elwes things.
It was elegant, wasn't it? Almost the perfect one-day innings.
Reverse sweeps. I think you'll see a lot of that now. I really do. She can be a really creative player as well when she gets going. She's got license now. Fraser round the wicket. Bit of a top edge, but she's got enough on it and got it fine. It's going to run away. I think this could be 4. No, it holds up. Good piece of fielding. Scoot back by the Rosa. They come back for 3. My point about Catherine Bryce kind of plodding on, if you like, is if both go now, you've got 2 batters starting again. So I think it's really important that one goes harder than the other. Given Catherine Bryce has gone hard at that one, and the umpires have judged that one to be adjacent, so Catherine Fraser gets Catherine Bryce LBW for 136. Disappointing way for Catherine Bryce to end, but what an innings and what a platform for all the Prendergast to come out, try and advance this Blaze innings way beyond 300. And what a partnership between Elwes and Bryce as she raises the bat to the crowd down at the Stuart Broad end and then acknowledges the Radcliffe Road stands as well. Be interesting now what we see. I wondered whether Emma Jones would have come straight out, give her 7 overs to have a dip. Decided to go with the overseas experience of Prendergast. What did that partnership end up being in the end?
2-3-3.
Wow.
Yeah, quite magnificent innings from Catherine Bryce coming in the second over. 136 from 138. Dropped on 22, and you could say 64, which was a tough chance. But Catherine Bryce. Quite terrific.
Prendergast then to face her first delivery. Play and miss. Not one for scrutinizing umpiring decisions, but we didn't actually look at the replay and chat about that. As Prendergast gets off the mark. Looked adjacent to me, probably pitched on leg and then hit on middle. Just having a little flick back on the laptop. So, 287 for 3, 44 gone.
I must say, I cannot wait to reveal my stat at the end. I'm deliberately waiting because otherwise I'd say it every single 2 overs. Or every 2 overs. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's probably going to be slightly less impressive come the end of the game, but no matter. Orla Prendergast facing up then to Grace Thompson. Now this is a moment where Durham could just take a sliver of hope into the second innings if they can close out this first innings well. Here's the bowler to do it, Grace Thompson. Down leg. She's taken a glove from the keeper, so it will be picked up by Levick. Short, fine, wide given. Let's have a look at our predictions, James. You said, correct me if I'm wrong, I've got 3-2-5 down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely what I had down. And I had 3-3-8.
Okay.
Wickets are going to be important here for Durham. Clubbed through mid-wicket by Prendergast. Brilliant diving stop from Maddie Villiers out in the deep. Durham doing everything they can at the minute just to keep the Blaze in check. Good work from Villiers.
Incredible work from Villiers. You know, known as one of the best fielders on the circuit. Ironically, Bess Heath probably the other best fielder on the circuit on the other side. And Blaze got so many runs with 2 talented boundary riders.
Top edge just seemed to leap up off the surface there to Prendergast, I think. Although the scoreboard's saying Elwes. It was Elwes. Found a single into deep cover. It's the similar number, 34 and 84. It's not that similar, actually. Tried to claim something there. Late cut, just past backward of point. Could be a couple of runs more to Orla Prendergast. And it will be 294 for 3. I must say, as scoreboards go, the Batman scoreboard is not only one of the best looking ones, but also it tells you everything, and it's up to date. It's a commentator's dream up there, and in a good position. That's in a good position as well for Orla Prendergast, as it crashes into a seat many rows back, 5 rows back into the second tier of the stand out at deep square leg. And a glorious shot from Prendergast, just picked up, just back of a length. Hit out of the boundary for 6.
Yeah, we don't get often the chance to see Prendergast batting in this way. She's a traditional batter, but she's got license to thrill here. And the 300 is up for the Blaze. 300 for 3 exactly. With 5.2 overs to go. My 325 is in danger here, isn't it?
Bottom edge down into the ground, popped up to the shoulder of Prendergast, and will be a dot. Yeah, I think that 325 does need just a couple of wickets. But with 5 overs to go, 338 could be a bit light too. Grace Thompson though, 2.1 overs left in her spell. Will she bowl out? Here she is again. Prendergast drops it straight to Abby Glenn, who runs in and can't prevent the single. So 301 for 3 after 45. And it's 14 runs from the over. So another good over for the Blaze. All the Prendergast coming in, doing their job terrifically. And with 5 overs to go, you've got to say both these batters are going to be looking to hit the 10 run per over mark. Catherine Fraser, who's been tried quite a few times from this end through her 4 overs so far. I think this is her 3rd spell from the Redcliffe Road end.
Yeah. Into her 5th over, and she's bowled it in 3 spells and worked into the leg side. They've just struggled for control throughout, really, haven't they? The Durham bowlers, the best control coming from Trudy Johnson up top. Into the leg side again, goes fine. It'll be another single. Katie Levick got the best control from the slow bowling options. Grace Thompson did a decent job, but there's always a release shot fed. Pulled away hard, well in front of square. Villiers now on the leg side, doing the fielding. Prevents the 2nd run. Fraser once again, room given and swatted into that big pocket. I think it was misread a little bit by Maddie Villiers, who went the wrong way. But George Rail was just backing away to the leg side, giving herself room to bring those arms through. The foot is certainly on the metal now for the Blaze. Room given again, slapped into leg side again. It'll just be one for a second. Fraser was in the picture to field off her own and perhaps affect a run out. A couple of questions for you, Charlie, because I reckon you can find this out quicker than I can. What's the competition score record? And is it in danger? Down the track, Prendergast opens the face. Will get 1. And what's the perhaps what's the Blaze's best score? And is that in danger?
I think you've asked too much of me, Ed.
That's over. While Charlie profusely taps away on his laptop. 46 overs gone.
It's actually my brain whirring rather than keyboard noises.
310 for 3. 4 overs left. I think 390 sticks out as a rogue kind of competition score.
Have you just seen?
No. I think it might be Warwickshire, or Surrey, or maybe the 2.
Or maybe they were playing against each other.
Surrey and Warwickshire.
Yeah, Surrey hold the record.
At Beckenham, no doubt.
No, Birmingham actually.
Really?
Yeah, against Warwickshire.
Okay.
This is just 2026 scores. Blimey, oh. Okay, I've got up the wrong stats here. 389 for 9.
So that's certainly not in danger, is it?
No. Highest Blaze score of the year though. 309 for 3.
So that's been passed by 1 as Abby Glenn starts a new spell from the Stuart Broad end.
I lie. It's actually 311 for 3 now, because that previous high score was the score that's live.
Ah, got you. So that's the best score of the year.
Yeah, they've just gone past their 303 in their chase of 302 against Warwickshire. Glenn taking over from Thompson. Swatted over the bowler's head by Elwish. She'll take a single up towards long off. Moves to 113. I'll see if I can actually answer your question now, James.
It's unfair of me, actually, because this is your end to call as well.
Yeah, it's not the best time. Interesting question, though. And that's going to be wide and potentially even 4. Missed by keeper Mia Rogers, but drifted down the offside from Abby Glenn, who's been pretty expensive for her 3.5 overs so far today. Another sign of Durham just desperate to find a bowler who can continue the good form of others. And Abby Glenn still searching for some rhythm today. Clubbed. Does find Maddie Villiers out at deep mid wicket on the 1 bounce, though. As now your mind's whirring. You gonna bring us the scores from around the ground in a moment?
I'll try.
I hope so. I did contemplate using AI, but I haven't found that works yet for cricket. So that could be a wide. No. Dot ball given. Abby Glenn finds her 6th dot of the day.
Yeah, Georgia always moved then, didn't she? So the line imaginary moves then.
Punished up towards long off, searching for a second run. Prendergast running to the danger end, and she is very, very quick and fresh between the wickets. So the second run is found. 320 is up. 1 ball left in the 47th.
Look at where Georgia always is stood.
Back over the bowler's head again, right out of the middle of the bat. It's long off on a couple of bounces.
You could see all 3 stumps there. She had a heels on off stump. You could see all 3 stumps behind her.
You can do what you want when you're on 116. 321 for 3 after 47.
Yes, indeed. So Essex on to 2, 3, 4 for 6 in the first innings against Somerset. Seren Smale has got out now for 83. Jodie Grew got 87. Heap and Carr at the crease. They've built a bit of a partnership together. They're in probably pursuit of trying to get somewhere up close to 300 as well. Surrey are 228 all out. So after that bit of rearguard action, they've fallen for 228 and left 5 and overs and 4 balls unused. Warwickshire are 2-on-3 for 5 in the 45th. So again, they're in probably pursuit of a score of around 250 plus. So not as many runs as we've got here. 3-2-1 for 3, and with 3 overs left, it looks like Trudy Johnson's going to be entrusted to bowl the last 2 overs from the Radcliffe Road end. 4 fielders out on the leg side, all fielders up inside the circle on the off side. 5-4 field, room given, cracked up to long on. Abby Glenn doing the fielding, it's just a single. Short third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, all inside the circle on the offside. And then the 4 out, fine leg, deep square leg, deep cow corner, and long on.
And maybe they might be making a change, looking at this discussion. Trudy Johnson with the skipper. Quite a strange spell of bowling. 7 overs at the start, 1 over in the middle, 2 overs at the end. No change to the field though.
Banged in, sliced to short third. They'll get through for a single. This partnership's worth 37 already off 22 deliveries. Blaze have been relentless today.
Relentless is the perfect word, because it's when there's been a wicket, it's been the instant rebuild.
Johnson in, room again created by Elwes. She's going to split these two fielders on the leg side. 4 more runs. Bess Heath being given the runaround by Georgia Elwes, just toying with the fielders. Maddie Villiers is so far in front of square. It's more cow corner than mid-wicket that it creates a huge gap between deep backward square and deep cow. Elwes, room again, banged in, pulled away. This will go straight to Bess Heath. So just the single. But a run nevertheless, as the Blaze total moves on to 3-2-8 for 3. So it's on you, Charlie. You're almost there. I'll buy you lunch. Well, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club will.
How kind of you.
Johnson in, pulled away again, be well behind square this time. Fielded by Catherine Fraser. Fine leg.
1 ball left of the 48th for the Blaze to find some damage in this over. It's going to be Georgia Elwes. Can she find another boundary?
Backs away again, goes to leg side again. It'll just be a single down to fine leg. It's a smart move from Georgia Elwes as that concludes the 48th over. Blaze 330 for 3, because she's given herself room by moving to the leg side, and if she gets followed by the shape of Trudy Johnson, she can just go with the shape and go into leg side. But if the ball goes straight on, or Trudy Johnson kind of stays offside of the batter, she can access the offside, which is what I think she's trying to do with the field up there, to go over the offside and access that short boundary. Grace Thompson is back.
Yeah, we saw.
You wouldn't want to be a scorer today, would you?
No, 1 over spell from Abby Glenn. Here's Grace Thompson, right arm, over the wicket. Pull shot down the ground. Slightly mistimed from Elwes. Single up to long off. Last over from the Stuart Broad end. Grace Thompson into a 9th over. What do you reckon was the reasoning behind bowling Glenn for 1 over? As a sweep shot is missed and pops up off the kneecap of Mia Rogers behind the stumps, and it'll be a bye.
I think it's just Holly Armitage's character and courage to just chop and change it and try and make something happen. We've said from 25 overs out they're going to score 325 to 340, haven't we? And I think the writing's been on the wall, so I think Holly Armitage has just thought she's got nothing to lose.
Top edge on the sweep. Chance for Katie Levick. Put down. Tricky chance into the sun. Back wheeling from short fine leg. But I think the sun's the main contributor there to that chance going down. And it moves the Blaze to 3-3-3-4-3.
Never easy over the shoulder when you're so far inside the circle, but it does beg the question why fine leg is not out to that short pocket.
This is going to go longer. And I think it's gone all the way. Brilliant shot from Orla Prendergast, finding the short-ish straight leg side boundary with a diagonal back club over mid-on. Glorious shot, and the 50 partnership has come up in quick time from just 30 balls.
I mean, you say the shortish side, and I know what you mean, because actually straight, it's so long. That is some hit.
And this could be 4 more over the bowler's head. Couple of bounces, and it is. And Prendergast making light work now of Grace Thompson, as another boundary is found. And the 350 mark is being approached. My prediction's gone, James.
You're closer though, aren't you? Are we playing it where you've got to be well, you're under. No, you're over.
I'm under.
You're
338
you're
was,
under, yeah.
was my guess, yeah. So you're saying, are we playing who's closest wins?
Yeah,
So you are buying me lunch.
Well, I'm not, because Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club are going to do that for us, but dot ball to end the spell.
Yeah, not a bad spell that from Grace Thompson. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 63, 24 dots picked up throughout it. And, well, you've got to say, whilst the Blaze batters have been going astonishingly well from the other end, Grace Thompson has been quite a force for Durham to utilise, and she came into the bowling attack relatively late on in the innings. She's closed it out pretty well, bowling at a pretty tough time in the game. 1 over to go, everybody. 343 for 3.
Trudy Johnson then will complete her set and the Durham 50. She's pulled this overs in 3 spells, a set of 7 at the beginning, which was outstanding, and the pressure valve kind of released after her spell. She's in now, right arm over the wicket, banged in and pulled away. Gonna bounce a couple of times before Maddie Villiers fields it. She has to go to ground, does a great job there. Not easy on those wicket ends. 2 scored. To Elvis, she's on to 127. What an innings this has been. Full toss, pulled away. Bess Heath lost that for a second, but she was never going to get there anyway, as that splits fine leg and deep backward square leg. 4 more. Blaze 349 for 3.
Potentially some extra reinforcement. No, Grace Thompson just retrieving the ball. She's going to go back to that ring offside field. Completely spread out on the leg side.
4 balls left. Johnson in. Whipped into the leg side. Elvis will fancy 2. They're going to come back for 2. It's going to be a tight one. Throw needed to be better though. 350 up. 351 in for 3 in total. 3 balls remain. And the Durham women look incredibly flat, don't they? Down the leg side, it's going to be wides. 2 of them come back for a 3rd. Wide plus 2 more ran. Always giving herself room, and Trudy Johnson following her far too much down the leg side. And the thing that's frightening here is Sarah Bryce is sat down there with the pads on, and Emma Jones is sat down with the pads on. Kirsty Gooden's not needed to put her pads on. Room given again and whipped into the leg side. Just be 1 this time, straight to Maddie Villiers.
Not forgetting Kirsty Gordon averaging 70 for the competition.
Absolutely. And Lucy Hyam is a really useful number 8 or number 9, depending on where she is. So it just shows the depth of this Blaze side. Ella Claridge not in the 11. Lofted into the leg side, but it will be catching practice for Maddie Villiers. And Ola Prendergast goes selflessly for 27 in pursuit of as many runs as possible for the Blaze. We will get to see Sarah Bryce for a couple of balls. She might not face one. Oh, she will face one because the laws have changed, haven't they? 355 for 4.
Yeah, pretty good knock from Orla Prendergast, that shot rings around in my brain of that. She just stood to a ball from Grace Thompson and clubbed it over mid-wicket, deep into the second tier of the Fox Road stand.
Last ball. Sarah Bryce, effectively a free hit. And she squeezes it out, backward a point. Great driving stop in the end. So, one to finish the innings. Blaze 3, 5, 6 for 4. What a batting innings. What a team performance. And let's not forget that Durham won the toss and elected to bowl here. It was gloomy this morning. It was a little bit damp from the overnight rain. The wicket is a fresh one. And there was a little tinge of green, and the ball did hold in the surface. There was lateral movement. It did suggest a bowl first day, but Blaze rode the early storms and have gone on to build their biggest total of the year. As we just watch Georgia Elwys walk off, acknowledging the crowd. 134 not out from 110 deliveries, including 17 fours. Strike rate of 121. And whilst a strike rate well above 100, you would suggest like she's gone out there whacking it and hacking it. She's just played elegant cricket shots. Low risk, high value cricket shots. And in between that, ran incredibly well and built an incredible partnership of 233 with Catherine Bryce, who scored 136 of her own runs from 138 deliveries. She came in during that first power play in the second over after Marie Kelly had departed, when Blaze were 5 for 1. Tammy Beaumont, the other opener, 19 before she was trapped LBW to Katie Levick. And a special mention for the cameo from Orla Prendergast, scoring 27 from 18, including those 2 sixes you've just mentioned. Charlie, what have we got to say about the Durham bowling? You know, I really acknowledge and admire Holly Armitage's captaincy and the way she was willing to keep changing it and show a bit of courage, but they just lacked that control.
Well, I'm not going to pin it on one person here, but it feels every time Durham go out to play with the ball, Maddie Villiers has a crucial role, and her 6 overs going for 56 today. And it did feel that Durham weren't able to get into the game, partly because of that. There's also expensive overs for Catherine Fraser, who did end the bowling well. 4 overs for 43 from Abby Glenn. But Grace Thompson, who was the 7th choice bowler, came in and bowled 9 overs, going for an economy of 7, which wasn't terrible in comparison to the Durham bowlers so far. 0 for 63 from her, 9. Trudy Johnson, 10 overs, 1 for 59. And Katie Levick, pick of the bowlers, 1 for 51 from her 10. Maybe La Rosa couldn't bowl the last few, potentially because of a maybe a little calf injury. But the one stat I will leave you with, everyone, which I've been totting up throughout my day, is that from the Radcliffe Road end, which has a long leg side boundary, all batters that came in for the Blaze today were right-handed, 210 runs coming from the Radcliffe Road end, which with a short leg side boundary does feel very much indeed. And if you were to mirror that, the Blaze would have made 420 today. So that's just a little pointer to say that if the Blaze can build pressure from both ends, they might just take wickets and also restrict Durham to a few fewer than 356.
What I will say is the game isn't done.
Agreed.
I think Durham can certainly lose the game in the power play. Blaze can certainly go a long way to winning the game in the power play, depending on the inroads they make. But Holly Armitage has played for England. She's got a lot of runs at first class and list A standard for Durham and previously for the Northern Diamonds. Maddie Villiers is an experienced international cricketer. Bess Heath has played franchise cricket both sides of the equator and has scored runs at this level. The game isn't done. Catherine Fraser's down to bat at 9 and at 8, and Abby Glenn at 9. Apologies, and they're both very capable batters. So there's an opportunity here. It's definitely going to be the best time to bat on. So this game isn't done, and I've no doubt that Blaze won't be going into it suggesting that it is done. I still think it's very much, in the Blazes' favour with that amount of runs on the board, but who knows? It's an opportunity for one of those Durham batters to go and have a day out. We will see. We're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll see you in around 25 minutes. See you then.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Welcome back, everybody. The Blaze have entered the field, following the umpires who are out in the middle. And the Durham batters are skipping over the rope, and they're on their way too. If you have missed the morning session, the Blaze posted 356 for 4. Yes, 356 for 4. Twin Centurions, Catherine Bryce, 136 from her 138 deliveries, and Georgia Elwis, 134 not out from 110 deliveries. They shared a partnership of 233. Notable cameo at the end from Orla Prendergast, who got 27 from 18 balls, which got the Blaze all the way up to 356 for 4. The pitch got better and better and better to bat on after Durham electing to bowl. And you could say that this is the best time to bat on this pitch now, with the sun out, the temperature up, the clouds have slowly kind of dispersed and the sun is penetrating Trent Bridge. Personally, I think Blaze have perhaps got too much in the bowling attack, but as we chatted just before the interval, there's some esteemed batters and experienced campaigners in this Durham batting lineup, so it's going to be an interesting duel in this afternoon session. James Carr with you for this stream, and I'm delighted to say we've got Charlie Harden with us, and Charlie's going to take us through the first over.
Thank you, James, and thanks for getting me lunch after I got the close prediction. But Grace Ballinger will open up, and it feels a part of this game where a couple early wickets and, well, Durham got a long way back. Here's Ballinger, left arm over the wicket. Solid in defence is Mia Rogers after 50 long overs under the helmet. Stood up for a good proportion of it with the keeping gloves on. That'll really test her, see how she can manage keeping for 50 overs and going out and batting, opening the batting with 357 to win.
Yeah, an interesting duel with the left arm swing back into the pads of the right-handed batters.
Lovely drive up to mid-off, no run though. Marie Kelly with the fielding there on screen. Yep, the Blaze notching up their highest score of the season so far in the 50-over competition. And of course, this is a rematch of that T20 Blast final earlier in the year where the Blaze were victorious by 10 wickets. And a single is found. So that's one less run to chase. Just 356 now to win. Mia Rogers off the mark.
Yeah, we mentioned before that the power play is huge for both teams. You can't win it in the power play, but you can certainly go a long way to losing it, especially from a batting point of view with such a tall total to chase.
Whipped away off the hips of Marlowe. Finds a single. 2 runs short of 200 runs for the tournament. Now Emma Marlowe, just that 150 so far. High score of 53, coming well back at the start of the summer. Back in April, which feels eons ago. Off the outside edge, past her diving Beaumont at first slip. Grace Ballinger finding the edge. She's been such a prolific bowler for the Blaze so far this season. 15 wickets to her name, and one of many wicket-taking bowlers in this Blaze lineup.
Yeah, she's good up top, swinging it back into the pads. She's good through the middle, coming round the wicket, and she's just as good at the death.
Whipped neatly by Marlowe, straight to mid-wicket. That ends the first over. It's 3 for none. Durham after 1.
Yeah, that run rate is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. It's sevens from the outset, over sevens from the outset. And it will creep up very quickly once you get past that 15 over mark. If you get behind from there, and especially when you get to 25 overs and there's less overs remaining that have been bowled, it really will start to creep up. The players won't be worried about the run rate though. They'll be thinking about strike rates. They'll be thinking about how many wickets can they get in this power play. And it'll be Charlie Phillips with ball in hand to try and make the early inroad. And she's full and wide outside off stump, and a flash from Mia Rogers there as the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Sarah Bryce, who sat and watched for a long time with the pads on today. Phillips from the Radcliffe Road end. Full again, driven. But there'll be no run. Marie Kelly stationed at mid-off.
It does feel that the Durham batters almost can't let any bowler settle beyond the 5th over. If they're to follow suit of the Blaze, that just looked so comfortable throughout, didn't they?
Down the leg side this time. Umpire signals wide.
And a note on Charlie Phillips, of course, top wicket taker for the tournament. 22 wickets to her name, including that 5 for 49 against who back in May?
Oh,
Durham.
Was it really?
It was.
Tap of the bat from Rogers. Check drive to cover point, no run. These two batters shaping up nicely. Can they get the runs? Can they throw a punch back at the Blaze?
You always say, don't you, in chases, about the importance of not batting too differently, especially at the start. 3-5-7 is a tall order though.
Missed time drive this time. It was very full, but no run. I think that can be said same for the bowling. You know, don't think too much about taking wickets. Think about building pressure, and you know, wickets will come if you go chasing it. You can also leak runs. I've seen that in the early stages here. Just both bowlers trying to bowl their channels. Under edge there, straight to slip along the ground. Good stop from Tammy Beaumont. He's been on the fuller side here, Charlie Phillips. She has got a short ball in her. And that's why fine leg is, well, actually more of a long leg. Just back of a leg this time. A little bit of width. It can be worked away, but it's only one. That's the end of the second. Durham 5 without loss. Not too much shape through the air from Phillips. A little bit more from Ballinger that we're used to seeing. Obviously he's using a different ball. You never know with these white Kookaburra balls, do you?
So 5 for none is the score. Charlie Phillips just 2 runs from that over. Here's Ballinger. Advancing down the track comes Rogers and finds the tiniest of gaps at extra cover just past the left side of mid-off, who's now going off to go and collect that ball. It's Marie Kelly who's running past the boundary, but Mia Rogers, you know what, I think that might be my shot of the day.
Yeah, nice little shuffle. Just plays through the line of the ball. Low risk, isn't it? For high reward.
But that will be a huge positive for Durham to take because of how low risk the Blaze innings was. Again, down the track and solid this time. Slightly more defensive approach.
Seems to be part of a setup, that, doesn't it? That her trigger is a little shuffle forward into the ball. It's not an overt advance down the track. It's just a little shuffle into the ball.
One player who always brings me back to that kind of trigger is Jonathan Trott.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan Trott used to just he used to move his back foot forward first.
Yeah.
And then the front foot follows. Often those players, sometimes susceptible to the short ball. Who knows? Well, deep square leg is out and backward is square. Third is out. Keeper standing up. Here's Ballinger. Full toss outside off stump and driven to backward point. A bullet arm from Lucy Hyam inside the ring. 9 for none.
What you really want to see here is a couple of batters just be really greedy. You know, there are runs out there, aren't there? For the batters union, beg your pardon. You just want to see a couple of batters be greedy and take this deep.
Prodding off the front foot. No run into the covers. Yeah, it is. It can be common that when such a big total is on the board, a team can just fall away. And you're absolutely right. If two batters, especially at the top of the order, can go about setting a good platform, brilliant for the batting side to go on and have a chance of winning the game. And with any defence, however big, batters can go through periods where they make the bowling side start to worry.
Yeah.
Whether it's a big partnership or a flurry of runs. If the Blaze take their foot off the pedal, Durham can punish them. Ballinger closing out the over brilliantly. A boundary off the first ball and then 5 dots to finish it. 9 for none after 3. This is good bowling so far from the Blaze, but solid from Durham. 9 for none.
Yeah, just a bit of gentle swing in from Grace Ballinger. Sometimes on a murkier day, it can hoop back really late. We might see that. There's a bit of the lacquer comes off the ball. Look at that though, required rate 7.4, so it's gone up 0.3 in 3 overs. It doesn't sound a lot, but nice vertical bat from Emma Marlowe. She's turned herself into an opening bat from being an off spinner that batted at 8. Good temperament, can occupy the crease. Can she go at the required rate to build an innings for her team?
Well, just going back to that required rate, it's always going to go up a bit at the start, but they'll really want to keep it around the 8 mark.
Dug out by Marlowe this time.
If it goes up to 9 too early, that's worrying. And it's a sign of what the Blaze did so well, was that early run scoring, early ticking over of the scoreboard.
Well, the Blaze will be happy to be 30 for none off 10. All of a sudden, 320 off 40 is 8. Is it? On the pads of Marlowe, she turns this into the leg side. It'll be a single. Yeah, it's 8. 40 times 8 is 320.
I wasn't doubting you.
I wasn't doubting me either.
It sounded like you were.
Absolutely was doubting myself there. Rogers back on strike. Phillips, ball in hand, running away from us. Good length ball, solid in defence. The most successful one-day teams, from a batting point of view, throw the first punch, don't they? You think of the great Australian women's team. Alyssa Healy would be coming down the track at you or creating something to find that boundary. That's going to be the difference, I think. Squeezed out by Rogers this time.
It's the early positive option, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can we? Actually, no. You said it perfectly. Laying the first punch, isn't it? Can you make a mark early in this innings to show off your intent? Cause a few thoughts to run through the skipper's mind.
Phillips is in, driven on the up again, no run. Real tight lines here from Charlie Phillips. That's the end of the fourth. It's Durham 10 without loss.
Well, I'll admit, I've said it a lot today. I have. But if the Blaze can control both ends, Durham are in big trouble. That's all I'll say on it. I won't go back to my stats.
Well, so far, Ballinger 2 overs for 7, Phillips 2 overs for 3. I'd suggest that's control, isn't it? From both ends.
Yeah, agreed.
Slips come out.
Yeah, I don't mind that from the Blaze. Another fielder close in front of square, Tammy Beaumont. Had a straight-ish catching mid-wicket. Here's Ballinger again from this nippy left arm over the wicket angle to the right-handed Marlowe. Flowing drive, big appeal for caught behind. Shaughnessy's pretty quick to reject.
I think this is a bit of homework, this, from the Blaze. Marlowe, she's quite whippy, but can fall over and hit it waist height, so that's why the 2 mid wickets are in play. And also that carrot of is an easy single to deep square leg if you want it, but you've got to create it.
And there is that single created by Marlowe. So 1 run added, 11 for none now. Very interesting passage of play, this. How patient can Durham be? Will they continue to wait for the bad ball, or will they try and make something happen? The build-up of dots. Another one. So Ballinger picking up 10 dots from a possible 15. Phillips 10 dots from a possible 12. The perfect start for the Blaze without taking a wicket just yet. Late cut, well executed. Picked up by Charlie Phillips at deep third. 12 for none.
Interestingly, that trigger doesn't happen for Rogers. Now she's forced back in a crease. And I don't think she gets into the ball in the same way as a result.
Helped on its way down towards a vacant fine leg region. It's in hot pursuit, but the Bulls won the race. So it's 4 more to the Durham total. And now 16 for none.
That's the first time both these bowlers have actually missed their areas in a negative way. They've missed their areas in a positive way when they've been a little bit too full or a little bit too offside. But there's margin for error there. You can't stray onto the pads with no fine leg.
Beautiful drive again. This is trickling its way towards the boundary as well. But Marie Kelly brings it back inside the rope. So it will just be a 3. And that ends the over. So Ballinger leaking 7 runs at the back end of the over, which means it's now 19 for 1. For none after 5, sorry.
That was a ridiculous shot. That was...
What, that drive?
Yeah, it was going to hit halfway up middle or just outside. Sorry, halfway up the middle of off stump or just outside off stump. Driven on the up. I think it was a fantastic shot.
Not there to be hit.
Well, I think it was just... I was surprised she got it through. Like, she created something by waiting for it, like lovely tempo and timing, which just shows how good the wicket is. Charlie Phillips to continue then from the Radcliffe Road end. Running away from us, right arm over the wicket and on the pads, stifled appeal. You always know where the ball's going when the wicketkeeper is halfway down the leg side, don't you?
My question to you, with your wealth of coaching experience and of course recent success, what do you think would have been the Blazers' bowling discussion? What do you reckon would have been their targets?
I think 2 wickets in the power play would be the target. Get Armitage in early, use of the new ball, try and expose her to the new ball as early as possible, and then backtracking from that, just building dots. If you're not taking wickets, build pressure, minimise boundaries, maximise dot balls. Whipped off the legs here by Marlowe, well balanced shot through the leg side. Bryce, the Centurion, in pursuit. She's going to pull the ball up just short of the ropes, throw it in. They'll come back for 3. So if they are scoring runs, if they are kind of absorbing pressure, Blaze are dictating the manner in which they get runs. They're dictating the score breaks, the scoreboard. I think that would have been the message. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Just, you know, set the tone with this power play. Phillips on the money, slightly back of a length, just pushes Rogers back in a crease. And clearly Blaze have been happy to be a little bit fuller in this power play, which is absolutely fine. When you think of the pressure valve, as I described in the first innings, it was hit square, short and wide, too straight on the pads, whipped into the leg side. Blaze have been really disciplined in these early stages of keeping the ball up, asking them to play drives. Check drive again. Rarely have we seen the Durham batters hit the ball square yet. One fine tickle round the corner for 4. One good shot through extra cover, which you're going to get a little bit of slippage in the power play with the nature of only 2 fielders out. But it's hard to argue against Durham. So it's hard to argue that Blaze aren't dictating to Durham at the moment. Waft outside off stump. Umpire decides that one's a wide, which I think is a fair call. First bit of untidy cricket we've seen from a Blaze bowling point of view.
Really interesting what you've just been saying there, James. And I guess my one last question for this little passage of the conversation is about the field sets. and about potentially what kind of, obviously, plans are dependent on the batter. But do you reckon there was any sort of plan ahead of this innings in terms of what deep fielders they might be putting out for the power play, or is it more dependent on the bowler? 23 for none.
Well, that last ball's an example of that. So Phillips was slightly straight, but her length was immaculate, and mid-wicket was perfectly placed for that delivery. If her line was ever so slightly more leg side, the ball's probably going to deep backward square leg / long leg, which is why that fielder's there. So, not a bad ball, but not the most desirable ball is costing them 1 rather than 4. You know, they're not going to put a deep point out or a deep cover point out in the power play, because that's saying, well, if you bowl a cut shot, that's reward. You know, that's covering deliveries for bad bowling. Interesting change here, though, with spin coming on in the power play and Ballinger being removed from the attack.
Yep, Gordon starting slightly back of a length. That last Grace Ballinger over going for 9. Didn't bowl too badly in the run up to that, though. Gordon bringing herself onto the bowling. Short down the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Very good shot from Marlowe, getting low, helping it on its way, using the pace and her own flick of the wrists to bring it down to the boundary for 4.
I think this move is because they haven't got off to a flyer, so let's upset the rhythm even more by slowing the bowling down.
Short, and that will be a single. They might think 2. Nope, not to the short boundary, despite splitting the gap. Prendergast doing the work out in the deep.
The risk is it doesn't work, but what you'll see Gordon do is just take herself off and go back to plan A.
So that's just gone off the keeper's gloves. Picked up by Charlie Phillips at short, fine leg. Will be a wide. Not quite what Kirsty Gordon imagined from the first 3 balls of her over, as a huge pile of dust goes across the batter's popping crease. A huge gust of wind. Hardly ever seen such a plume of smoke just from a blow of the wind. This is driven up to mid-on, and I might just raise a concern. We have a gathering of green-coated groundsmen. Very, very well waterproofed, in fact. Flowing drive. Could this be a stumping chance? No. Back foot remains in the crease, and so often with a big gust of wind, and a cold gust might suggest a bit of impending rain, but don't go anywhere. It's not here yet.
Well, I now have another theory.
Oh gosh.
There is a band of rain coming over in this hour, looking at the radar on my weather app, and perhaps getting Gordon on was a ploy to get through some quick overs with DLS coming into play from 10 overs. There you can see it on the screen.
Yikes.
That's the end of the world, everybody. It's not a massive band, though. We haven't got a camera in the box, but showing you, Charlie, that's the band of rain coming over.
Okay.
It could miss Nottingham. It's just coming south of Nottingham from west to east. Who knows? Well, I'll tell you who knows. The ground staff know.
They do.
They're so experienced with this stuff. Charlie Phillips will continue. Her 4th over. Nice and straight, and those mid-wickets are in play. And as you mentioned the first innings, they've stationed those fielders on the drive. They're looking at their apps, aren't they? See that? They're looking at their apps like we are.
Look at the waterproof. Look at that. They are very, very ready for a bit of rain.
Phillips on her way once again. Little shuffle down the wicket onto the pads, but Rogers can't get any bat on that one, and it's no run. Yeah, I love this field setting from Kirsty Gordon and Charlie Phillips, because they've got the 2 mid-wickets effectively on the drive, covering those shots up the ground. Extra cover mid off in place as well. Phillips down the leg side this time. Good tickle this. First time we've seen Phillips' radar go awry, and it'll be 4 runs right in front of the new pavilion under construction. So after talking up the plans, that one goes slightly off plan, but it's what we didn't see from Durham. Is at times they had the fielding positions, the angles of cover, extra cover, mid off, and then the 2 mid wickets. And so far, with the odd exception, Blaze have got it right, full and straight, hit us up the ground. See if he can hit through us as normal service resumes, as Phillips is on the money there, just pegging Mia Rogers back. She's through 28 deliveries now for her 12 runs. But it isn't how you start, it's how you finish. And where will this game finish? Will it be the weather? Or will we go the 50 overs? Who knows? Nice check drive, but again, can't get it through that inner circle. So another dot.
If that 357 is reduced, I don't think it's a score that deserves to be reduced. If that makes any sense. I like your thought about Mia Rogers. When the keeper's standing up, we don't see that trigger, which I've rarely seen in cricket, which is a trigger that completely goes when the keeper stands up.
Late dab this time, little bit of width, but again there's an element of control from the bowling, so it's just a single to end the 8th. Durham 35 without loss.
And a switching on of the floodlights. You can just see at the top of the screen. There we go. Maybe we could see a little bit more movement, a little bit of something. Well, the weather when the Blades were batting at this time in the day was glorious sunshine. And that's what it looks like now for Durham's batting innings. Although 35 for none off 8. Not a bad start. Kirsty Gordon continuing.
We need a DLS chart now. Luckily, we'll have the past scores on the board.
Bold! There you go, Kirsty Gordon beats Mia Rogers with the one that just slides through the gate. And Gordon, after her first over, went for 7, bringing herself on relatively early in the game. Well, she's found a wicket. And a big one too. Mia Rogers falls for 13 from 31. And as the clouds loom, the floodlights turn on. A wicket for the Blaze. 35 for 1.
Yeah. Going back to a ball, wasn't quite short enough to go back to, just skidding on a little bit, didn't it? Too close to cut.
Didn't quite get going, did Rogers? 13 off 31. That run rate required, popping up to 7.7 now. And, well, you requested it, James. The Blaze would want to see Holly Armitage nice and early. Well, they've got first sight of her in the 9th over. Is that early enough for you?
Yeah, I suppose so. 1 wicket in the power play is not terrible, is it? I think you couple the wicket with the fact that they've only scored 35 runs, and that's only 10% of the required total, with almost 20% of the overs gone. I think, like you say, what are the targets? Sometimes you've got to think about what your top goal is and then work back from that, what the next best case scenario is. One thing I do know is Armitage won't want to start against spin. She'd rather start against seam bowling.
Well, here's Gordon, left arm round the wicket. blocked out by Armitage.
Par score at the end of this over is 69. I think that only comes into play at 10 overs. 5 overs in a T20.
No run again for Armitage. Just going back to the Mia Rogers dismissal, I think one reason why she was probably quite so frustrated was you did mention the current run rate, just 35 runs off the first 8.4. There's another dot. Brings us close towards the end of the 9th. It would have been the fact that she got herself in but couldn't really up the run rate and was in a position where she needed to kick on to be able to have a successful innings. So Dry finds the gap at extra cover. Running around is Emma Jones. Brilliant diving stop. Out at deep extra cover. It was well past her. And retrieving it with a slap of the right hand. And it's been excellently fielded out in the deep.
Well, not only was that a top shot that was worthy of 4 runs. What a great piece of fielding. Easy to give that up. You know, that many runs on the board, not risk injury, all that stuff, but incredible commitment, body on the line stuff. Charlie Phillips will continue when Holly Armitage has surveyed the field. Driven outside edge of the bat. They'll go down to third for a single. It does show how much talent there is in England when Holly Armitage has played one England game as a concussion replacement. Not been afforded any other opportunities for the Three Lions. Marlowe back on strike. She's 18 from 18. Square drive, and it gets through the circle for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Emma Marlowe. Just opens the face. That's twice we've seen a drive on the up now, Marlowe. She's looked pretty solid today. Times I've seen her last year, she had attempted to fall over ever so slightly and shovel the ball into the leg side, which looks more balanced here. Oh, and there's the leading edge as she tried to go across that one, but just did enough. Marlowe moving up north to Durham when Durham were awarded Tier 1 status, along with quite a few of the Diamonds players that were originally based in Leeds. Marlowe waiting watchfully and driving on the up again. This time she picks out extra cover and there'll be no run. Durham 43 for 1. It's very cool here. The lights are on. The clouds are dark. As we approach the 10th over, the end of power play 1. Turned into leg side aerially. That's what that mid-wicket's there for. It was checked enough that it went to the ground about 7 or 8 yards in front of Catherine Bryce. One ball left in the 10th. The required rate up to 7.82. Phillips is in full and dug out by Marlowe. So power play 1 over. Durham 43 for 1.
Yeah, pretty similar to where the Blaze were at this time. They'd just gone past the 50 mark, also one down. 51 for 1 they were at the start of the 11th. They're just showing a worm on the Batman scoreboard inside the ground. And unsurprisingly, well, Durham are a little bit behind the Blaze. They're having a little talking to by Steve O'Shaughnessy. I just wonder what this is about. Having a little motion up to maybe the floodlights. Oh no, they're being brought off.
I don't think it's raining, but I did think there was a flicker of thunder before, or a flicker of lightning.
Nah.
I just saw it in the corner of the Radcliffe Road and the Fox Road, and I wonder if there's been a message from the match referee, James Whitaker, I think it is, to the officials in the middle to say we have to come off. There's normally a half an hour protocol when there is thunder and lightning. So the hover cover is coming on, as you can hear, and that gives us a little opportunity to recap, to riff, and to perhaps start our first ever Blaze podcast, because I reckon we'll be off for half an hour here. I'll tell you what we will do, we'll just have a quick look at what's going on elsewhere, and then Charlie can do the honours on recapping where we're at in this game. But Essex have posted 266 for 8 against Somerset down at Chelmsford, and Somerset are 61 for none in pursuit of that in just 7.2 overs. So Somerset require just another 206 runs from 42.3 overs with 10 wickets remaining. So they're placed very well there in pursuit of 267. Surrey women were 228 all out at Guildford, and Hampshire in reply are 97 for 3 from their 16. Georgia Adams, the skipper, just signed a new long contract down there as 53 not out. In fact, that third wicket has just fallen there. Francesca Sweet going for 7. So inroads being made by Surrey. Relatively small target. Hampshire are just over a third of the way there. And then the other game is between Warwickshire and Yorkshire over at Edgbaston. Warwickshire posted 269 for 9 in their 50 overs. Meg Austin top of the pops there with 94, and wickets were shared around a little bit. Claudia Cooper picking up 4, and then Sarah Glenn with 2, and Jonathan and Woolston picking up the other 2. They haven't started the second innings due to rain, and we're currently off. It is actually raining here now, and sheets are coming on. I think initially when we came off it wasn't raining, it was perhaps to do with thunder. I might be wrong. I'm slightly making a guess at that because I thought I saw a flicker of lightning, but we are off nevertheless. I do believe we've got a game constituted at this stage, 10 overs in, and we do know that Durham are way behind the 8 ball when it comes to DLS, but for now you can watch the pictures, I think, as the ground staff pull the covers on, and we'll be back once we have an update, hopefully sooner rather than later. But for now, make a cup of tea and we'll be back in a while. Welcome back, everybody. There's been some developments during that rain interval. We've got clear skies again. Ground staff done an outstanding job clearing up the playing surface. We've had a few adjustments to the run chase. So when you left us, 10 overs were bowled. Durham 43 for 1. We've lost 16 overs of that 50. So that means a total of 34 overs will be bowled, meaning 24 overs remain, and we've had an adjusted total as well, which is 277, meaning a further 234 runs are required for Durham, which by my maths is around the 10 runs per over mark from the get-go. 9 wickets left though. Penny for your thoughts, Charlie Harden.
Well, I'd say it's more around the 9.75 mark.
Good maths from you. Good maths. I'll serve them you volume.
Yeah, thanks for setting me up there, James. No, it's a tough task for Durham. Let's be real. 10 runs and over, fresh off the bat. They did, at times, well, let the pressure mount up a little bit at the start, but fair play to them. They faced 10 overs out. They wanted to set up the start of the chase, and 43 for 1 wasn't a terrible platform. But now they're in a position where they are forced to go for it, thanks to the wonderful Duckworth-Lewis method. But we're going to start with Kirsty Gordon. Back at it, everybody. Here's the start of the 11th over. And a pull shot to start things off. Well, that's one way to start it. 4 runs to Holly Armitage. She's clearly come out here with something to show.
Intent from the get-go. Small margins for error with that short boundary there. Now, one makes an assumption here because we haven't looked at the tables and the thresholds when overs are reduced, but
Slog sweep. This has found the fielder. Gone. Holly Armitage starts with a 4, tries to go back-to-back, maybe even a step further and clear the rope. And she's found the fielder. One eventful start post the rain delay. The main wicket of Holly Armitage. Oh, she's now fallen straight after hitting her boundary. It's 47 for 2. She goes for 8 from 8. And well, that's woken everyone up, I think, James.
yeah, absolutely. To be fair, Gordon's just held a nerve there, hasn't she? She's tossed it up again, and Armitage cloth the slog sweep, really. She could comfortably clear the ropes there, but she bought a ticket for the raffle, did Kirsty Gordon, and she's scalped a wicket there. Maddie Villiers will come out at number 4. Holly Armitage is a very powerful player and someone who I think could challenge that required run rate, but she is no longer. I was about to mention about I'm making the assumption that bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7 overs, given that there is 34 overs to bowl. The majority, well, only all of them can bowl 7, bar one will bowl 6 is the assumption I make. It should just fall in line with the amount that we've lost. So 47 for 2.
Well, everyone can take a quick breather, but I fear the antics are going to continue. So, Maddie Villiers, how will she approach it? We saw how Gordon approached it. Villiers starts with a slightly more defensive stroke up towards mid-on for a dodge.
Yeah, well, Armitage certainly showed us the way she wanted to play it.
She came out with a mission. Swept down the ground. I think that might be a drop. Kirsty Gordon's letting it go, and it's also been misfielded by Catherine Bryce at mid-on. What a strange start.
That would have been a great start, wouldn't it, if she'd have held that. You shouldn't drop them off your own.
So a little fielding change. Now deep mid-wicket goes out, along with deep cover, who's a solid 20 yards in from the rope on the long side. Full ball, Villiers drives to that deep cover fielder. Are we saying Villiers dropped on 0 then?
Yeah, absolutely. Drilled, but you know, it's a catch nevertheless.
Down the track is Villiers, and long on out on the rope, Catherine Bryce fields comfortably. And Blaze have just got the chance now just to defend from the outset. That ends the over. I've just had a look back, and yeah, Villiers hitting with power straight back at the bowler. Dropped on naught. 50 is up though for Durham, and it's 50 for 2 after 11.
Looks like Charlie Phillips will continue from... Oh no, it's not. Got a change. I beg your pardon. Prendergast is going to take over from Charlie Phillips, who bowled a very tidy first spell. The Durham batters didn't offer a lot in terms of chances, but Phillips just kept it tight. 5 overs for just the 17 runs, but given she only has 2 overs left now, the change is needed, so the Irish international, Orla Prendergast, will come in. Right arm over the wicket. Beats the outside edge of a wafting bat of Maddie Villiers.
Four fielders out, deep cover, deep third, fine leg, forward square leg all on the boundary.
Slashed out hard there over the top of the keeper. It'll evade everything and it'll run down for 4 runs. So chancing her arm a little bit there, Maddie Villiers, but she's more than entitled to use all of that bat, and on this occasion she profits. 4 runs.
It does feel like they're going out with the mentality of, we might as well give it our best shot. And their way almost seems to, if they can get runs out of this total quickly, it might set up the middle overs a little bit better.
Hard down the ground this time. They're going to take the single to mid on. Bit of a fumble from Gordon and playing the percentages there. Maddie Villiers, who's going to the danger end. I mean, bonus points are out of the question now because it's a rain-affected game. So if Durham are going to lose, they're going to lose. So they may as well lose trying to win, if that makes any sense at all.
It does, perfect sense.
Prendergast in full and square driven from Emma Marlowe, who's looked pretty organised so far. No run. You can see what she's trying to do there. Got a frog in my throat. Excuse me a second.
No one heard that, don't worry.
Really croaky after that lunch that I didn't buy you.
It's 4:30. It's been a long time since lunch, James, unless you had a second one.
Player missed this time. Oh, arms flailing in the air from the bowler there. Did she think there was a nick? It dropped short. I didn't hear anything.
No, I didn't hear anything either. Reaction from Prendergast shows that it was close, I think, is the reaction.
She's in again, banks this in, pulled into the leg side, not timed, and it'll just be a single. I just think if one batter can get going and can go to a ball, it does create some pressure. It throws something back onto the Blaze. So fair play for Durham for coming out. I still think they need to be calculated in their aggression, in their assertiveness. But if one batter can get a 50 or a 60 ball 100, it does throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Just beating a diving mid-wicket fielder. That's Georgia Elwes diving over the ball. Just be a single. Yeah, it's such a tricky balance, isn't it? Between no risk but still positive, but high risk and not too reckless. Stepping well out in front of her stumps
is Villiers. And whether this has found the boundary, it has. And just building on what you said there, James, the reduced number of overs left almost just gives the Blaze less time to be worry-free. It's almost like a few boundaries might just add to the anxiety of the situation, especially for Captain Gordon. Slog sweep, this could find the fielder again, and it's gone for 6. For a minute I thought it had been clung onto with a leaping hand, but no, Villiers owns the boundary. You asked for 2 a ball, well, Villiers is 1 run better.
Yeah, well, they're targeting that short boundary, which makes sense. And if they get enough of it, doesn't matter where the fielders are. It's about a 45-yard boundary, really.
Oh, just beating the bat. So close to the stumps. Kirsty Gordon, you mentioned she held a nerve last time. This is probably another sign just to hold a nerve whilst Maddie Villiers.
It's hard to get the D of Maddie. It sometimes rolls into De Villiers, doesn't it? I did at the beginning.
Now that's going to be wide.
She took the pin out of that one, didn't she? He really gave that a bit of flight, but just got the radar wrong.
Reverse sweep, beautifully played. And that should run away for 4. It was chased with some good intensity from Grace Ballinger, but it was actually out the middle of the bat. It was really well played from Maddie Villiers. She moves on to 21.
That's a correction of the play and miss before, where she fell off the shot trying to hit it too hard. And working out, actually, I can play that with the cross bat, more calculated and risk-free.
Slog sweep, that is going to be a boundary for sure, and it's going to be 6 runs, well over the fencing that's been put in place. And Maddie Villiers closes out the over with style. 4 boundaries coming from it, 2 6s, 2 4s, 78 for 2.
Again, highly intelligent batting. She slog swept over mid-wicket, but there's a big pocket to straighter mid-wicket to cow corner. So what does she do? She elevates the ball into that region and picks off another 6 runs. Just throwing the punches back at the Blaze is Maddie Villiers. Prendergast will continue from the Radcliffe Road end. We've got a deep long leg, a deep forward square leg on the leg side, as this one is on driven to mid on for no run. We've got a very wide third and a deep extra cover. Well, deep cover. 3 in on the offside, 2 in on the leg side. Banged in, play and miss from Marlowe. Marlowe's just knocked it around, run a ball. And I almost think she's better doing that than trying to go too hard and wasting a ball like that. Perhaps just enjoy watching Maddie Villiers bat at the other end. Prendergast in past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, slashed away through a vacant gully region and be another single to Emma Marlowe. Brings Villiers on strike. How will she play the medium pace of Prendergast? Third comes into the circle, deep mid wicket, gets sent out. Pulled round the corner. Bit of work to be done by Charlie Phillips down at fine leg. I'll think about a second. Big pocket down there. Just the one in the end. Such a big space. We saw in the first innings 3 and 4 fielders out on the leg side, but often the batters came back for 2, and if they found the gap, there was a lot of space for the fielders to cover, so we still seen lots of boundaries with those 4 fielders stationed out on the leg side. We're back to 2, different plan for Emma Marlowe. Third goes back out. Slashed away again, it's gone through a vacant cordon area. It's going to be cut off by Grace Ballinger, but they'll come back for the second. Grace Ballinger's covered about 30 yards there to cut that off.
This is a really good response from Prendergast after Villiers took the last over for 22.
You could argue now that Seam should be on at the other end and spin at this end, but we are where we are after the rain break with Kirsty Gordon at the moment, as this one's guided away beautifully by Emma Marlowe. She'll take another single. Who's to come for Durham? Who can add another sting? Grace Thompson, I know she can give it a crack. And Bess Heath. Bess Heath has got some power and some dexterity to her game. Catherine Fraser, we've seen her bat at the top of the order for Scotland in the T20 World Cup. So there's still some batting prowess. We're going to see Seam from the Stuart Broad end, and I imagine Grace Ballinger will come round the wicket here.
You didn't see her warming up, did you?
Oh, I did. But I thought that was in response to a sliding along the ground and perhaps just tweaking a hamstring. But
okay.
I didn't think we'd see her this early, given she's bowled 3 overs already. I thought they might saved a few of her overs, but they might just bowl her a 2 here and maybe a 2 nearer the end should they need it.
Opting for round the wicket now, Ballinger. And bowl, first ball. First return from the rain break actually for Ballinger, and she finds the off stump. Different angle. And beats the gate of Emma Marlowe. Falling for 29. Only faced 34 balls. And, well, we both agreed that it was probably better that she had looked to do the more rotating role. Well, she can't do it anymore because she's off to the pavilion. And it looks like we're going to see Grace Thompson as the new batter for Durham.
We are indeed, which suggests that Durham back her batting abilities, given Bess Heath is to come as well. Thompson scored 139 runs so far in this competition, striking at 82.24. But she's going to require more of a T20 strike rate, well, even bigger than a T20 strike rate, given runs required is above 10. Well, 9.78 still.
Good maths. Right, the keeper will stay standing up to Ballinger. Wicket with her first ball of the new spell. Can she strike 2 in 2? Thompson, the new batter. Struck on the pad, huge appeal. O'Shaughnessy instantly uninterested.
Yeah, that looked adjacent from an elevated third region up in this box, but must have been a bit of inside edge, or maybe the angle of the left arm coming round the wicket. She stood in front of all 3. Yeah, leg side.
I'd agree. Brilliant keeping. Behind the stumps, taking out on the half volley, Sarah Bryce.
I know Grace Thompson can give it a whack. I've seen it. I'm just surprised Bess Heath hasn't been given more time to try and affect a result here for Durham.
Well, I guess we'll see, maybe, why Grace Thompson is batting above her.
Yeah, and it might be because it's now seam and seam, and they want Bess to face as much of the spin. She's very good square of the wicket against spin, sweeping and reverse sweeping. That could be the reason.
I think that might be bowled. Is it bowled or is it stumped? I think Sarah Bryce might have just accidentally knocked this onto the stumps and is now appealing for a stumping. This could be a very interesting replay.
Yeah, well, the umpire's turned it down. I think it hit Sarah Rice's pads and went back onto the stumps. Whether in that pirouette of that leg glance from Grace Thompson she left the crease. Maybe we'll get a replay in a minute and it'll shed a bit more light on that, but turned down by the umpire.
I think she might be miles out. Big swish of the bat from Thompson. Get back, well, she gets back in her crease a bit quicker that time. Understandably so. 15 overs gone, 83 for 3.
And in the context of the game, that wicket, that over was huge. It was a wicket maiden.
Yeah.
Prendergast will continue.
The only potential thing about that stumping is that I think the ball might have hit the stumps before Thompson left the crease.
Right.
And then was out of the crease after the ball had hit the stumps.
Understandable why the umpire said not out. Prendergast to continue. Whipped into the leg side. It's going to bounce just in full. Great work from Emma Jones. It was bounced just in front of Emma Jones, and then she jumped up like a goalkeeper and kept it from going over herself on them very hard practice wickets. So another one to Villiers. That brings Thompson back on strike. She'll be under the pump a little bit here. She's none from 5. Rate above 10 now, 10.25. Solid in defence, but not what the scenario requires at the moment for Durham. Sure, a few out there will be letting her know she's knocked 6 back for no runs so far. Straight mid-wicket. Big pocket into the leg side in front of square. Thompson hits that mid-wicket. It's parried by Catherine Bryce and mopped up by Kirsty Gordon, the skipper. Crunched hard, but again, can't get it through. Almost overforced that one. Frustration building, pressure rising. 8 dots, no runs to Thompson.
This is a T20 now, isn't it? And being 0 off 8 in a T20 doesn't look great, and I just worry that Thompson does need to just weather this storm.
I mean, this is a gorgeous Trek drive again for none, but it's not what the scenario requires. The Blaze will take it. Villiers comes for a chat with a partner. One left in this over. crunched over the leg side this time. She's got enough of this. Going to run away for 4. So Thompson's off the mark. She's 4 from 10. Durham 88 for 3 from 16. A further 18 overs to come, and the run rate is now 10.5. So those 2 overs have gone wicket 5 dots, single 4 dots 4. So 5 runs for 1 wicket in 12 balls, and the run rate has jumped from 9.75 to 10.5. That's how quick the run rate can mount here.
Well, with each dot, Durham's task gets trickier. And there's been plenty of dots, as you mentioned, James, over the last few overs. One person who hasn't faced too many dots is Maddie Villiers. Just the 1 ball in the partnership so far. Can she pick up where she left off? Few discussions about field changes, but we're going to keep it as it is. Ballinger continues round the wicket. Bottom edge just past the stumps and through the legs of Sarah Bryce, and it should be cut off on the boundary. It is. Good work from Charlie Phillips and Marie Kelly doing the rest of the work.
Yeah, rides a look there, but she's entitled to play that shot.
Wonderful reaction as well from the Blaze fielders after a couple of runs were saved. This is a bit of a plink into the mid-wicket region. Lands on the ring and well fielded, which means that it will just be a single.
Not quite the result she wanted there, Villiers, but can see what she's trying to do there. She's just shuffling across to off stump and then looking to line Ballinger up and hit her high up the ground. And if she beats mid-off, mid-on, she can try and access that boundary. Thompson back on strike.
Single found out towards deep cover. Thompson moves to 5. As Durham approached the 100-run mark. Look at that par score. They're 42 runs shy of it at the moment. Again, another flat bat from Villiers. Slightly misread out in the field, but she gets the ball in the end back to the non-striker's end, and it will just be a couple of runs.
They missed out on a run there. Thompson actually picked the ball up and gave it back to the bowler, where they could have took another run there.
Run rate now above 10.5. This one just taking a bit of extra bounce, and Sarah Brights picks up a slight fumble. It would have been a very good take if she'd caught it. Ballinger bowling very, very nicely at the moment. Coming off the back of that wicket maiden to Thompson. Maddie Villiers hits it over square leg. That's going to be 6. It's going to be a real target with the sun setting in the fielder's eyes on the short boundary. There's plenty of runs to be had over to the leg side boundary. So whoever the Blaze choose to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, it's got to be the right one. 100 up with that 6. 100 for 3 after 17.
Really calculated from Maddie Villiers. She just shuffles across to the offside, shuffles a little bit down the wicket, and if Ballinger Chase follows her, she can flick it into that short boundary. If she stays wider of the crease, Villiers is able to hit the ball hard up the ground and access the boundary with a vertical bat. So smart cricket from an experienced campaigner. Just keeps making the Blaze think a little bit. Now change of bowling from the Radcliffe Road, and we're going to see some off spin from Lucy Hyam. Fantastic all-round cricketer Lucy Hyam, great in the field, good off spinner, very valuable lower order batter. She's going to try and give it a rip. Right arm over the wicket. This one's hit hard up the ground, aerially for a minute, but long off is stationed on the rope. Prendergast doing the fielding down there. This is the battle. Off spinner versus off spinner. The only difference this time is Villiers has got a bigger boundary to the leg side than when she faced the left arm spin of Kirsty Gordon. Round the wicket, she goes for the reverse sweep. She gets plenty of it. The chase is on. Charlie Phillips will get there. 2 more to the score. Villiers on to 40. Hacked into the leg side. It's just going to be a single. Catherine Bryce doing the fielding.
She's throwing it right onto a very, very long brown mat. You can just see the edge of at the bottom right of the screen. Almost soaking up a couple of maybe slightly damper patches after the rainfall earlier.
Thompson works this into the leg side. They might think about 2 here. Decide against it. They teased Emma Jones off the ropes. I just wondered if they could have got back for 2 there. Probably the right call. Brings Villiers back on strike. Gives herself room. Pumps that well in front of square. Kirsty Gordon will cut it off and they'll come back for 2. So we're having 4 fielders up in the circle on the offside. It is teasing Villiers to give a bit of room and hit to that offside. This time she goes to the leg side, sweeps hard and square. It's going to be straight at Emma Jones though, so it's just a single. She's 10 off the rope there, protecting the boundary. Good start from Higham in the context of the game. No boundaries, every ball scored off, but no boundaries, just halts that run rate. 8 from it.
This is quite incredible from Villiers. 46 from 22. And of course earlier in the year, notching up that maiden 100 for Durham. High score this season of 106. That's that maiden 100 against Warwickshire. And Catherine Bryce to come and bowl at medium pace. Maybe with a bit, maybe we'll say medium fast. What do you reckon?
Medium pace. Little induckers.
Swept around the corner to Charlie Phillips. Good piece of fielding. Nice clean pickup. Doesn't stop that. Durham batters getting through to a quick single.
There's an element of risk here, I think. Because she bowls induckers, Catherine Bryce, I think Maddie Villiers will treat her like a spinner, go deep in the crease and target that leg side boundary.
It looks as if Grace Thompson might try to be doing the same. Yeah, very good point. Almost suggesting that Catherine Bryce could be utilised to greater effect from the Ratcliffe Road end, maybe. Swinging it towards the short boundary, which Villiers tries to find. Can only drag it along the ground for a single. 166 off 93 balls. Certainly looks better than it could have done. It still looks quite challenging. Thompson finds a single out to deep cover. What are you pointing at?
4 dots in Villiers' 23 deliveries she's faced. And that's how strike rates go up.
Holly Armitage faced more. She faced 8 balls. Another flat, batted slap from Villiers. Finds a single. She moves to 49. 1 ball left in the over. Can Thompson find a boundary? A much needed one, just the 5 singles so far. Catherine Bryce has done her job for the over up to this point. And she gets the job done. 6 runs from it. Every boundaryless over is a success for the Blaze. And it's 163 to win from the final 15 overs. 114 for 3 after 19.
And this is what you were talking about, Charlie, in the first innings, that this comparison from end to end, it's just in little bite-sized partnerships here, but those 2 overs, no boundaries. And that's the bowling partnerships contextually in this innings that is required. There was the Ballinger combo with Prendergast where there was 12 balls, 1 wicket, multiple dots. I know it ended with 1 boundary at the end, but there was only 5 runs across the 2 overs and the wicket. And it just means that that required rate continues to climb. 10.87 now. Hyam to continue. Drags it down, pulled hard into the leg side, but Captain Gordon has got her bases loaded, so just a single. I mean, obviously a little bit of difference in experience here, but that's where Villiers has been good. I think she would have pulled that straighter to try and access that pocket. She does that now, doesn't quite time it though. Just be a single. 50 to Maddie Villiers off 26 deliveries. Her work isn't done, but her endeavours have been outstanding. She tries to wrestle something back for the Durham women. Thompson down the track, yorks herself there.
Villiers' third 50 of the campaign this year, to go along with that 100 against Warwickshire. She's looked magnificent today. I wouldn't be surprised if that's her fastest of the tournament as well.
Just a little pause there, conversation between bowler and captain. Ooh. Hit hard, straight back and over the top of the bowler. It's going to be 4. Clever batting from Thompson there. It was a bit of a flat batted slap, but ultimately she's created a boundary there. And we need to see more of that with the long levers of Thompson. Can she access those pockets? It's brought a change in the field as well. She's going to come round the wicket too, and she's going to send long off out, bring cover up into the circle. Hyam, 7 on a back, round the wicket. And that hits on the pad. Turned down by umpire Banbury.
I reckon that's pitching outside leg, if I was to guess.
Yeah, because everything else looked pretty good. Of course, you've got to pitch the ball in line with the stumps when you come round the wicket. Hit hard by Thompson. Prendergast doing the fielding at long on. We're starting to see why Thompson perhaps was deployed at number 5. Starting to catch up with runs versus balls.
It's very classic of a batter with slightly longer levers, the long arc, crunching it down the ground, wide open bat face. She seems to be a batter where the bat just does look wider than others. You can get those. Not that the bat actually is any wider, although maybe they should test it. I think they do now, don't they, with the gauge? Catherine Bryce starts full. Thompson tries to nudge it down to short fine.
This is the battle I want to see. Villiers versus Bryce.
What excites you about it? We'll hear that after this ball. Slog sweep attempt finds that deep fielder. Just be a single.
They're just two experienced cricketers, aren't they? Catherine Bryce has captained a country at global tournaments. Maddie Villiers has played a lot of cricket and franchise cricket. And the fact that Villiers can throw the kitchen sink at this bowling.
Bottom edge or just a miss, I think, and a attempted stumping from Sarah Bryce. Dot ball.
And what Catherine Bryce is trying to do is just hide the ball outside off stump, make it hard to access that leg side boundary for both batters.
And Thompson splits the gap, but will just be another single.
Good control again.
We are in a very interesting passage, everybody. With Durham cricketers like Maddie Villiers trying to clear the rope. Fetched from outside off. Sign of the in-swing going towards the short boundary and picked up off a good length. A glorious shot. And those shots can make a pretty strong impact in the game at the moment. Villiers moves on to 57.
Just gives Catherine Bryce something to think about.
She tries the same, but Catherine Bryce goes into the block hole and ends the over with a dot.
Great response. You won't have been happy going for 6, but the great response there, because if that ball goes for 6, she's gone for 20 from 2 overs, and contextually anything under 11s at the moment, you're bowling well.
So 9 runs from the over. 130 for 3 after 21. And Durham, well, they need a big over, and they need one very, very soon. 147 from 78 balls. Doable.
Stranger things have happened. Lucy Heim to continue round the wicket to Grace Thompson. Pulls this one away. It's just going to find the boundary rider though. Control from Lucy Hyam. Just one boundary conceded from her bowling so far. Reverse sweep again. She's got this fine. It's going to bobble away. Won't go all the way, but enough on it to come back for 2. And a 50 partnership. 50 from 43 deliveries.
And Maddie Villiers still full of energy. Hopping up to go and fist bump a partner. On 59 from 30 balls.
Down the track, hit hard. Just be a single. Exactly the control the Blaze need from Lucy Hyam. Met on the full this time, but again, playing the percentages, Lucy Hyam. It's just a single out to long off. One of these 2 balls could do we going for a boundary from a Durham point of view.
Tricky from this end though, with the long leg side boundary.
Shovels across the leg side. Does this one split the 2 fielders on the leg side? It does. 4 more to Villiers and the Durham total.
It's that square again. A pull shot right in the middle of the gap, and it's a long way out there, but it's made shorter by how rapid the ball skates along the square.
Down the track this time, hit very well, but straight to Catherine Bryce. So a single to finish the over. Villiers will retain the strike. Durham 140 for 3 from 22. The rate really good. If it wasn't for the rain delay. 12 overs remain. This is a shortened second innings due to a storm we had earlier in the afternoon. Blazes total of 356 reduced to 277. That's still a lot of runs.
But Durham are doing a mightily good job of it. Here's Bryce. And it's dragged on. Poor Maddie Villiers finishes a quite scintillating knock on 65 from 34 balls. Little bit of a smash of the turf as Villiers storms off. She batted very, very well though. Excellently using that short leg side boundary, often manufacturing balls outside off and heaving them over the leg side. She had a little chat with the new batter coming out, but she can be pretty proud of that 65 off, well, not many deliveries at all. 140 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she certainly won a few battles there, did Maddie Villiers. But you could say that Catherine Bryce has won the war. She continued to hold her line outside off stump. And ultimately, that short boundary teasing the crossback shot and the eventual drag on to the stumps. Bess Heath, another exciting cricketer. If she gets going, Durham may feel a bit more positive about this run chase. I'd love to have seen Heath and Villiers bat together. But Durham are where they are. Thompson 19 not out at the other end. Heath joins her at the crease. She's going to face Catherine Bryce with one ball remaining in this over. Required rate up to 11.58 now. It's actually not climbed that much considering it was 9.75 at the start of the adjustment.
Single taken out to deep cover. Yeah, I think the main thing to look at really is 136 off just under 12 overs is still very, very in reach, but that wicket changes a lot. Villiers 65 from 34 as his full toss gets clubbed out into the deep, just a single found. That's a big loss, that Villiers wicket, considering she came in after the rain delay. 2 balls after the rain delay, sorry. And then went and hit 65 from the next 11 overs or so.
Can I just say as well, I read the scoreboard wrong. There's 1 gone in the over, not 1 left.
Pulled away in front of square. 4 more. There's the short boundary. Catherine Bryce has taken a wicket in this over, but now she's leaking runs as well. 4 more added to the total. 146 for 4.
Yeah, Heath profiting from that short boundary.
And blocking back to the bowler that time. Now, there is 1 ball left in the over. I think there'll be a boundary, a 4 to take them to 150. It feels fitting. Or just be a single. 147 for 4 to end the 23rd. And Durham still just clinging on to hope of a revival.
11 overs left. You feel like there needs to be a mad over in these next couple of overs just to try and bring that run rate down. Try and throw it back on the Blaze. At the moment, the Blaze will be very happy though. Happy to just minimise boundaries, go under the required rate. Captain Kirsty Gordon's going to bring herself back on. She's gone for 39 from her 4 overs, but she did pick up 2 wickets, and she did have to bowl a difficult short side from the Stuart Broad end. She's now on at the Radcliffe Road end. Short third, deep point, cover, extra cover, mid off inside the circle. Gordon's in, trying to tuck Heath up, who gives herself a bit of space and hits it out to that deep point fielder. I think that's a bit of a win. First ball, just get Heath off strike. Price now goes out at long off. Deep point comes in. Thompson yorks herself, advancing down the wicket, and is bowled. Captain Gordon picks up her 3rd wicket. She's took some tap, but she's done the difficult job of bowling from the Stuart Broad end to begin with and picked up 2 valuable wickets. It's the wickets column that she will value more in this game contextually over the 40 runs conceded. And Thompson has to depart for 20. 33 minutes stay, 28 balls. A decent effort in the end, but she just took too long to get going. Those first 10 balls, she didn't really go anywhere. And it just feels like Durham are fizzling out here, and Blaze have got serious control of this game, and they've earned the right. 350 runs in the first innings. You can't legislate for the weather, and that's what Duckworth Lewis does when you put loads of runs on the board.
Almost as if 356 was hard to chase anyway.
Well, yeah.
Now, Eleanor LaRosa, this could be interesting. The 20-year-old from Australia. What support can she provide Bess Heath? I must say, brilliant captaincy from Kirsty Gordon, despite taking a little bit of tap. A lot of captains would bring themselves off, but she knows full well her importance in terms of the wicket-taking department.
She's over the wicket now, left armour to left armour. And inadvertently, she's now on at the difficult end with the left-handed batter going to the shorter leg side. But she rocks back through the offside on this occasion. So LaRosa is off the mark.
I don't think Durham fans can lose all hope just yet. Still a little bit of batting to go.
Gordon hits Heath on the pad, looks leg side to me. The appeal was very much stifled in the end. I think you're very optimistic personally, Charlie. Heath, crunch straight. So it's going to beat mid off, but can mid long on get round? The answer is no. 4 to Heath. Heath showing us what she can do. I mean, from a neutral point of view, I think it'd be awesome if this goes close. But I don't think Durham are going to get near it. Sadly, Blaze are really in control. And as you say, Gordon and a captaincy, just happy to chop and change it up. Keep the Durham batters guessing. 10 overs left though. 124 to win.
Tall order, but
I love your optimism. Go on.
well, no, I thought just Butt told the story really, but it could happen. So, left-handed LaRosa on strike. It's going to still be Catherine Bryce, who's waving her hands around, maybe subtly asking a fielder to move. I think she was trying to get Grace Ballinger's attention at short, fine leg. Worked away neatly by LaRosa into mid-wicket. Well, Durham are going to
Need to keep finding boundaries. And quite a few of them. But still a chance. Heath facing up. Clubbed up over the covers. This could run away, but nope, it's Emma Jones out there. And plenty of applause, as it's not her first piece of tremendous fielding today over in that region.
I think the way I'd look at this now is that first ball went for 1, so the next ball needed to go for 3. It's gone for 2, so this ball needs to go, or it might go.
Fielder's in the question here and dropped. Put down at long on. I think that might be Marie Kelly. It is. It was a little bit low on her, maybe a little bit hard to gauge. Potentially a little bit dark, or the white ball on a cloud might have been a little bit of a misread, but she's put it down. Plays continue very quickly, and a cut finds deep cover.
Yeah, she did all the hard work there, didn't she? And then it just looked like it dropped on her at the last minute. She was catching that much lower than I think she would have liked to.
I reckon those floodlights might come on shortly. This is flatter. A couple of bounces into the hands of Kelly. Bit of encouragement from her teammates after the drop of the last one to field that comfortably.
So this over is 4 short of where it needs to be. So in essence, this ball needs to go for 6.
Dug out. Good luck hitting that one for 6. The Yorker. Dug into the leg side. 160 for 5 after 25.
Run rate exactly 13 now. 9 overs left. It has got really murky, as you say, Charlie.
I think whoever's in control of the floodlights might just be wanting Blaze to get this done ASAP so they don't have to turn them on again.
Put 50p in the meter. Gordon, left arm over the wicket. LaRosa looks to pull that, but it misses everything, or there might be a little underside edge. Let's have a look at the signal. Byes given. Missed everything. Heath on strike. Down the track. Heaved into leg side. Will this split the two leg side fielders? It won't. Great piece of work from Lucy Hyam. And then fizzes it into the keeper. Saves 2 there. 2 ran. Destined to be for that. Into leg side again. Plenty of height on this. Has it got the distance? It's going to be close. Oh! I think it's just going to be 2. Hyam fell back towards the rope and let go of the ball. Be interesting what the umpire says here. Well, not sure they can say much. It's 70 yards from where it happened, but we might get a view of it. Looks like she let go of it just before the rope. Possibly a smart bit of work.
Or is Lucy Hyam just signalling 6 there?
I think she's putting her hands up saying, I don't know.
Her I don't know sign is the perfect 6 signal.
We might be able to hear. There is a conflab. We might be able to hear it, to be honest.
Well, we can see on the picture feed Lucy Hyam. She's making the 6 signal, but it is very much I'm not sure if it's 6 or not. I don't know.
2 given. Pumped through the offside this time. A much needed boundary for Durham. 4 to Bess Heath. To me, it looked like she fell back and let go of the ball. Getting the freeze frame on that, which we're not afforded that technology, or the umpires aren't. We don't have a third umpire here today, but that's what it looked like to me. Into the leg side again. It's going to bounce just in front of long off. They're thinking about 2. That was the call, and then they changed their mind. Prendergast doing the fielding down at long on. Just got a bit tense again, hasn't it?
It's just a little decision like that which could ruffle a couple of Durham feathers.
Oh, play and miss. Could be stumped. Yes, given. Hack across to the leg side. And La Rosa has to go. Good piece of glove work there from Sarah Bryce. So the over had gone for 10. And again, keep using that word contextually. Getting out the over with the wicket. It's -3 on the run rate and the wicket. A lot rides on Bess Heath here. 170 for 6 with 8 to go.
Has there been a change of keeper, or is that a mistaken? Yeah, it's just mistake on the scoreboard. It said stumped by Orla Prendergast, whereas it is indeed still Sarah Bryce. I got very confused there for a minute. For any confusion, stumped by Sarah Bryce.
Well, it would have been incredible for Orla Prendergast to do the stumping when she's at long on.
Good one for the figures, though. Very, very good one.
Fantasy points, all that.
Have you got a One Day Cup women's fantasy team or not?
I haven't. No,
Okay.
we do it at my club actually. Don't pick me. I'm always chucking the ball on the floor. Big dark cloud.
Blimey.
How dark is that cloud?
I think there might be a bit of effects on the camera work here, because I don't think I've ever seen a more menacing cloud than that.
Apocalyptic, biblical. Conflab here between new bowler by the looks of it, Grace Ballinger, Catherine Bryce, Kirsty Gordon.
Do you think they can see the big cloud coming, or are they just choosing to have a nice conversation? It does feel like it's getting a little bit darker. That's got to be one of the most menacing clouds I've ever seen. But play continues, everybody. Stick around before the cloud arrives.
You've clearly not been to Manchester.
This is my over. Sorry, James.
It's all right. Single into the leg side.
Thanks, James. Well commentated. I'll take over. And that'll be a dot ball that time. I do like this angle from Ballinger round the wicket to the right-hander. It feels a little bit more threatening. More options for dismissal on the line.
It's an area of the game she's developed. She was very much a pitch it up, swing it back in the power play, and she's developed being able to bowl in multiple phases of the game.
A quick single taken to cover. Pick up and throw from the fielder in there, Georgia Elwes. But a safe single in the end. Brings Bess Heath back on to strike. Currently got the same number as the one on her back. Got a good rate too. 105 from 45 is what's required. Ballinger round the wicket. Short, clubbed, 6. It's gone deep into the gap and it's ricocheted straight back out, back into the ring again. Like a coin that doesn't work in a parking meter. Beautiful shot from Bess Heath. And they'll need a few more of those for Durham to get over the line, but the runs required under 100.
I don't know why Ballinger looked so perplexed, and there was a wry smile from the umpire on that shot then as well. Like, she bowled length and Heath got under it.
This is one bounce straight into the fielder at deep square leg. Tammy Beaumont catching the ball and instantly checking where her feet were.
Good change up from Ballinger. Just rolled her fingers over that one, didn't she?
Does feel like the game lies in Bess Heath's hands, but she won't be able to do it all on her own. Too big of a task. Here's a chance for Catherine Fraser to get it run as well. She moves to 2. End of the over, 180 for 6, and with 7 overs left, it is 97 runs required.
What's Wasp saying? How many percent do Durham get, do you reckon? 1, 2?
I think
10?
I think it's a little bit more than 1. I reckon we're looking a little bit more at 7.
7%. Fair enough.
And 1% tie. It's actually 0.25, but I feel like you've got to round it up, make it a bit more exciting.
Orla Prendergast is going to come back from the Radcliffe Road end. 34 on her back. Sorry, 84 on her back. Done what you did before.
Don't put that on me.
8s and 3s the wrong way around. Fraser on strike. Turned into the leg side for a single. Gets Heath, the set batter, back at the right end. Heath, tap of the bat, and then raised aloft. Oh, reverse paddle. It's gone over the short third. It's going to run away for 4. Creativity from Bess Heath.
Well, there's another sign of the danger that Heath possesses. She's finding the boundary with considerable ease. And that is a magnificent shot. Yes, a little bit high on the bat, but it's all she needed to get it over Ballinger. It's run away for 4. 185 for 6. 92 runs needed from 40.
Given room again this time and slices it away. Could this run away for 4? It will. It's short on that side. Perhaps not where she intended to, but she threw the kitchen sink at it. And it's 4 nevertheless.
Am I still optimistic? Yes.
You are optimistic. However, if Bess Heath does this every over, and that's why it's low percentage, that someone will make a stake at some point, they'll get the runs, but still a tall order for me. Bess Heath once again banged in, pulled away. Has she got enough of it? Lucy Hyam coming round. Will cut it off. It just held in the outfield then, but they'll come back for 2. And that's why it's stacked in the Blazes' favour. They've earned the right to be in the ascendancy. But if Durham get everything right from here, which is a tall order, fair play. It would have certainly made a 50 over 350 chase very interesting, wouldn't it? Moves to the leg side this time, Heath, and Prendergast does a great job following her.
It seems as if the cloud is now above us.
Yep.
But there's no rain. So I think that might have just been some clever camera work.
Looks dark to me with the naked eye. It's actually almost past us. Perfect ramp, very fine over the top of the keeper, and it's going to go for 4. This is peak Bess Heath and her creativity. So, how many from that over? 12 in boundaries, 3 off the singles and 2s, 15. So that's plus 1.5 for that over for the Durham. There've not been many overs like that.
There haven't. There's not too many clouds like that as well.
The majority of it's actually past us. This is lighter what's over us, but yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It doesn't look that dark in person, I must say. Ballinger continuing and finds the edge. There's 4 more. And with each boundary, it just brings this tie closer. 199 for 6. 78 from 35. And whilst Catherine Fraser can continue to find runs from the other end, it's going to take the pressure off Bess Heath. Because, as I said, again, this is not a total that one batter can chase on their own. She needs support. And she's gone. Catherine Fraser bowled, trying to find the boundary once more. Got a 4 off the first ball and bowled off the second. Bess Heath remains at the other end on 46, but Fraser's got to go for 7 from 6 balls. And Durham now 7 down for 199 and still 78 runs required.
Change of pace from Ballinger. Again, mini battle won by Fraser, but the war won by Grace Ballinger. 2 for 42 from her 6.2 so far. Abby Glenn, the new batter, who can give it a crack. She's opened in some T20 formats over the years.
I believe that's the 5th batter that's been bowled. 5th Durham batter out of 7, sorry. That's been dismissed bowled, so I think that's actually a sign of, because of the reduced target and the high rate that Durham have had to score at, there's been quite a few more eccentric swings of the bat to try and find much needed boundaries. Here's Abby Glenn facing up to Grace Ballinger, who now has 2 wickets to her name. Second one bowled as well earlier, picking up the wicket of Marlowe. Here's Ballinger round the wicket. An attempted late cut is missed by Glenn, looking to find a gap between backward point and short third. Wonder if we might see a little bit of Lucy Hyam return to the attack. Just got a feeling. Short and pulled away, just wide of mid-on. Good diving stop. It's Catherine Bryce in there. Received plenty of applause, not only from the crowd, but the Blaze team members. Yeah, Lucy, I'm just bowling 3 overs so far. No wickets to her name, and she's the kind of bowler that can just pick up wickets, especially from the Ratcliffe Road end with a long boundary out to the leg side. Ballinger runs in again. Slower ball. Heath finds a single out towards deep cover. Pushed the first one hard, but it is straight to Emma Jones out in the deep, which means it will just be 1. .201 for 7, Durham. 76 from 31. Need a boundary to close out this over, do Durham. And it's been bowled. Grace Ballinger takes her 3rd. Again, another wicket that's bowled as the Durham batters continue to attempt to accelerate. And they're now 8 wickets down. 201 for 8, and Abby Glenn goes for 1. Ballinger picks up a 3rd.
Yeah, just a hack to the leg side. You do have to ask yourself, could Glenn have just stood still and tried to hit that over long off? Play the percentage a bit more, try and use all of the bat. But it was a really executed delivery, really well executed delivery by Grace Ballinger. She's kept the stumps in play, and that is six bowled in this innings. Trudy Johnson is the new batter, batting at 10. She wouldn't have batted that low coming through the ranks as an academy player and an age group player, so she'll have to do her apprenticeship down the order. I'm sure she will develop into an all-round player. And you called it. Lucy Hyam will return. What exercise was she doing?
All right, I'll admit, she was warming up at backward point. No, she was actually doing. She was beyond the warm up. She was actually doing full on practice bowls. So that's why I went for the guess, the estimate, the prediction.
Well, this over is pretty much the game, I would say. 15.2 required. Heath, the dangerous Heath, rocks away to the offside and pulls this away. It's gone through. Short fine leg, and it will go for 4. Who's that? It's Emma Jones that's at deep square leg that's had to come round and try and wrestle the ball back from the boundary. 4 to Heath, and also she passes 50. 51 from 24 deliveries, over 2 a ball in just 30 minutes.
It's been a couple of quite brilliant knocks from Durham batters. Maddie Villiers and Bess Heath both passing very quick 50s.
Shuffles to the offside again and then has to readjust and work it into the offside for a single. They're up with the rate in this over, 5 from 2. They need to continue at that rate. Can Trudy Johnson just knock this into the leg side for 1, or even just drop it on the offside and get on a bike? She hits that hard straight extra cover. They're going to come through, and it's fumbled by Hyam, so they do get through for the single. Hit hard at extra cover. Kirsty Gordon doing the fielding. Hyam round the wicket. Heath, switch hit. Effectively hitting that left-handed, but it'll just be a single. She needed to get that more in front of square to access the boundary. Johnson hits it hard up the ground. 1 more to the Durham total. That's all she can do, isn't it, Johnson, is get her mate on strike. 1 left in the over. Desperately need 6 here, really. Hit hard over the offside. It's going to bounce once or twice. Just once and over the boundary rope for 4. Heath on to 57, Durham on to 13, and that over yields 12. The run rate climbs to 16. Does that just about keep them in the game for a little bit longer? Does it just keep teasing us?
Again, who knows? But for the first time today, even I'm starting to think Darren might be struggling it. 2 wickets is what the Blaze need to close out this match, in 4 overs requiring 64 is quite a tall task. But Bess Heath still there at the non-strikers, admittedly. And Charlie Phillips, of all the bowlers you could turn to, why not just pick the top wicket taker in the tournament? Why not just pick the bowler who took 9 wickets for
the Trent Rockets in the 100 this year.
Where do you stand on this then? Pace off, make them hit it. Pace on, they can just manipulate the pace.
I think it's time for a mixture, personally. Starts pace off, and well, she's able to use the pace. That could be 4. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a chase to the rope. And it's terrific fielding from Tammy Beaumont out in the deep. And they're going to get back for a third run, Durham. And she's just sorting out the hat, trying to get it over the ponytail, and sorts it all out, but a brilliant diving stop in the end. What about you, James? Would you go 6 balls of pace off, or?
I think pace on to Heath, although she's manipulated it with the laps, so go really full to her. And if she tries to do that, I think she'll potentially show too much of her stumps.
I think you've got to hang it outside off stump for well outside off for Heath, just because of that short leg side boundary. Pace on or pace off doesn't really matter. I'd probably go pace off wide outside off to Heath. Look at where she's standing.
Yeah, right across the stumps here.
Short leg side boundary. Can she exploit it? Well, it's been drifted down the leg side, so it will be a wide. I think that was just a outright mistake there from Charlie Phillips. Two fielders backwards to go on the offside inside the ring. Pretty tight, not too much of a gap between them. Deep covers, 10 yards off, mid-off, and extra cover inside the ring. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, short fine leg. And an LBW given out by the umpire ends a brilliant innings from Bess Heath. She falls for 57 from 28 balls. And now Durham's final trump card is departing to the pavilion, which means there's only 2 batters remaining. 217 for 9. That total of 277 that was reduced from 356 is still looking quite too far away. Bess Heath falls for a brilliant 50. 57 from 28 balls.
Critical moment. Control from Charlie Phillips. Needed to nail her Yorker there, get under the bat of Bess Heath, and that's what she did. Bess Heath misses, Charlie Phillips hits, LBW. And that, everybody, is the game.
So you can't see Durham pulling off a 1-wicket win?
No.
Do you want to give us your predicted percentages?
100% to the Blaze.
I'd struggle to disagree. Charlie Phillips, 4 balls left in her over. 1 wicket to win for the Blaze. Deep third goes out. Ringfield other than that on the offside. Little chatter going just below the scope of your screen between the skipper, Kirsty Gordon, Catherine Bryce and Charlie Phillips. Deep mid-wicket's been brought inside the ring, showing off that short leg side boundary. Almost asking Katie Levick to give it a go. Why not? Little spin of the bat. Standing on off stump. Can she exploit it? Phillips goes straight in at the stumps and scooped out towards mid-wicket for no run. Do you think Durham batters went slightly too hard at it? Or were they just doing exactly an only thing they could do? Driven up to mid-off for no run.
I think Durham can take a lot from this game in terms of the chase, in terms of the batting. That they've got within 60 of a really difficult total. I think they will be a little bit regretful around the fact there's been 6 players bowled, and
Top edge, this is going to be caught at cover, and Charlie Phillips, with 2 wickets in the over, decides the game for the Blaze. It's a 59-run victory in this rain-reduced match, and the Blaze go even further ahead in the league. They sit in first, where Durham will be at the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see. But the wicket of Katie Levick for a 3-ball duck, and a second wicket of the day for Charlie Phillips. The game is done here at Trent Bridge. The sun is setting, and well, it's been a magnificent performance by the Blaze, clocking up 356 with the bat, and bowling Durham all out for 217. A brilliant Blaze performance.
yeah, absolutely. 350 up front, some incredible batting. 2 centurions in Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwis. And, you know, ultimately Blaze just too good for Durham, and that's why they're top of the table. But there are some, you know, encouraging signs from a Durham point of view. They would have had to have thrown caution to the wind in that run chase if they'd have batted 50 overs and chased 356 at, you know, a smidge over 7s. So they can take some comfort, I think, in that they got as close as they did. Maddie Villiers, really impressive with the bat, 65 from 34, and Bess Heath, 57 from 28. If Holly Armitage was allowed to have batted around those 2 within a 50 over scenario, and Emma Marlowe didn't have to get on with it in the way that she did, having got to 29 and get a decent start, who knows? But what we do know about this Blaze side is they're incredibly resilient. They make really good decisions in the field and with the ball when it really matters, whether it be hitting the ground and turning deliveries that are destined to be 4 into 2s by pulling it back. Lucy Hyam letting go of the ball and preventing a 6. Nailing the Yorkers from round the wicket, you know, in the form of Grace Ballinger. Catherine Bryce just hanging the ball outside off stump, preventing getting hit to that short boundary. And Kirsty Gordon leading from the front in terms of bowling in the power play, trying to get through some quick overs when the rain was coming, yielding that wicket, and doing the hard yards for her team, having to bowl at the difficult end. So, you know, been very complimentary of Durham in terms of their endeavours, but this is still an emphatic win for the Blaze, and that'll maintain their crown at the top of the table. There's the match summary: 356 for 4. Pick of the bowlers, La Rosa 1 for 32. But it was a tough day for Durham in the field. Catherine Bryce 136. Georgia Elwis 134. Their partnership was 233. A match-winning partnership. Durham trying to chase the revised total of 277 in vain, coming up short with 217 all out. Gordon 4 for. Ballinger picking up 3. Phillips 2. Catherine Bryce 1. As I mentioned before, Villiers and Heath really entertaining us. The pair of them combined, striking at 2 a ball. But it's the Blaze who get up, and they maintain their status at the top. Shall we have a quick look at the other results just to see how that affects the table as we are back in 50 over mode? Down at Chelmsford, Somerset got up against Essex. They chased 267, 2 down. 2 down. Bex Hodges 133 not out. Sophie Luff 103 not out. That opening partnership was worth 223. We talked about a match-winning partnership here, a match-winning partnership and twin tons down at Chelmsford for the Somerset women. And Hampshire have got up by 4 wickets to beat Surrey, chasing down 229. Another centurion there in Georgia Adams, a captain's knock at the top of the order. The next highest score there was 37 not out from Nancy Harmon. So great win for Hampshire as well. And the other game is still in play. Yorkshire require 62 from 6.1 overs, then actually 9 down, chasing 269. So Warwickshire very much in the ascendancy there. We mentioned earlier on that Meg Austin had scored 94 in the top score of 269 there. Stara Callis, the one batter to pass 50 in that Yorkshire innings, but it's inevitable that Warwickshire are on top there. So Blaze will keep their place at the top of the table, and Hampshire have secured second spot for the time being with their win. What does that do to Durham? Well, they just about stay in the top 3 due to Surrey losing their game, so 2-point difference between 3rd and 4th with Surrey, but Warwickshire have clawed it back, albeit they've played a game extra than Surrey. They're on 22 as well, and then you go back to Lancashire 19. So actually there's a 5-point swing between 3rd and 6th, so it's pretty tasty for that 3rd spot. It's pretty inevitable that Blaze will be 1 or 2 with Hampshire. I've been James Carr. Thank you to you, Charlie Harden, for joining us on the stream today. We're back on Sunday over the road at Lady Bay for the County Cup. The Blaze will play Lancashire in a T20 knockout game, quarter-final. The winner will go through to finals day. We shall see you there if you can make it. Charlie, thanks again.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everybody, for listening in. It's been a pleasure. See you soon.
Bye-bye for now.